Changing the game. What does it look like? It looks like this. Welcome to Immersion. Game Changers, the next in creating value. Featuring Catch of the Decade. Adapting in a world of accelerating change. Game-changing smart cities. Customer and citizen-centred design. Changing the game of sport. Celebrating those who are bringing together the best of humanity and technology to orchestrate a brighter world. Are you ready to change the game today? Welcome to NEC's Immersion. Game Changers, the next in creating value.
Well, we are finally here. The game changers are here. We're in the room. We're around the country, around the world, on our screens, ready to challenge and shift the way we think about the future. There's no finish line in business, be it government or enterprise, and that's why it's so important to adapt and embrace a positive mindset to change, to explore what's possible in how we approach future planning and how we create value. NEC is all about bringing the best of humanity and technology together because business transformation starts with humans at the centre. Welcome to NEC's Immersion. My name's Andrew Billy Baxter, and in the spirit of reconciliation, NEC acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present and extend that to respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today. And I just want to say thank you to NEC, of course, for having us all here today. It's great to get everyone together and, we will continue to change the game today. We've got an incredible program and range of speakers ready to go. It's an exceptional keynote to get us up to speed to start with the futurologist Rocky Scopelliti in a topic called Adopting in a World of Accelerating Change. Then, learning from the past and inspired by the future, our first panel discussion is on the transformational change taking place in Western Sydney, which will become Sydney's third city as we explore game-changing cities with Rock Giroux, the CEO of Sydney Water, Jeff Roberts, the Chief Commissioner of Greater Sydney, and Duncan Chellan, the GM of Business Development at Celestino. And it'll be moderated by Helen Hamilton-James. With an ever-growing AI and technology-driven customer experiences, how do we maintain a human connection informed through data? We'll be uncovering the best of customer and citizen-centred design with Mike Murdoch, the Chair of NEC Australia, Charles Weiser, the Head of CX at Optus, and Amy Brown, the CEO of Investment at New South Wales Government. And that will be moderated by me. And finishing off, we've got a true grand final lineup on how technology and humanity work side by side on the playing field in the future of sport. Changing the game of sport, featuring Nec Immersion, and he's been the previous high-performance coach of Melbourne United. They won the premiership in the NBL last year. Kevin Sheedy needs no introduction, a legendary AFL player and premiership winning coach. And Michael Checker, who's now the Director of Rugby at NEC Green Rockets, and he's obviously the ex-Wallaby coach. And that will be moderated by Channel 7 sports presenter Michelle Bishop. Let's get straight into our first session. If you know Eat Now, Menu Log, Scoop On and Catch, you know Gabby Leibovich. And it's time to get to know him a little bit better with our Catch of the Decade. Now, Gabby is a pioneer in Australian e-commerce. He's the co-author of a great book, and it's a bestseller called Catch of the Decade. He's built some of the most innovative online businesses in Australia, including Catch of the Day, which he and his brother sold to Wesfarmers for $230 million in 2019. They had a business called Eat Now that they merged into Menu Log, also ended up getting sold, and of course Scoop On. And then, they merged their two travel sites that they had into luxury escapes along the way. Today we're going to hear what went on behind the scenes in his journey of entrepreneurial disruption from the ground up and how an entrepreneurial and limitless approach led to a $1 billion success story. And I also want to touch base with Gabby and discuss what's next. He's actually an investor in around 20 tech businesses and startups, including, as I just mentioned, Luxury Escapes, Catapult, Zip, which is doing very well, Tribe, High Pages, Fiverr, Flipper, and many, many more. Now, Gabby, we've talked about doing this interview for quite a long time, since you first launched your book, and it is great to see you. And I just want to, at the start, I want to go back to some of the fundamentals of entrepreneurship. I once asked you many years ago, what drove your success early on? And you gave me a very matter-of-fact answer, and you said, I'm just a very good trader. I just want you to unpack that a little bit, and I think it sounds like your dad had a little bit to do with that too.
Great to be here, Billy, and thank you for NEC for inviting me to this great session. What drove me to launch my businesses or the success? To be honest, Andrew, it was the need to pay the bills. I'm a late bloomer. I started the whole thing probably around the age of 33, 34. Until then, I was working in, my dad's various businesses. The last one was an electronic store in Melbourne called Panacels. Interestingly, today we're speaking to, invited by NEC. So we were selling NEC televisions and stereo system back in the days along the lines with, Panasonic, TIAC, Sharp, and so on. You touched on the being a great trader. So a lot of people ask me many times, Gabby, why did you succeed in the early days of e-commerce while many did not? And I do attribute the success to being a better buyer. What's a better buyer? There is no university degree. There is no way to learn how to be a better buyer. I think a lot comes from curiosity. I'm a very curious person. For many years, I used to love getting those catalogs placed in my mailbox. Some people call it junk mail. For us, it was education and learning, which really helped us later on when we launched our businesses.
You had in a way, you had an absolute grassroots education in retail, because not only did you have, the family had the Panacels business, as you said, your father had a telco store back in the day, and then you used to go and sell some of the products and also some apparel at some of the markets in Melbourne, in Croydon and Wantirna. How did that, and then you then you realised, hang on, retail could be done online. The internet was here in the early 2000s and you started playing around with eBay. Just how did all of that shape where you got to today?
Yeah, so it's interesting, Andrew. I'm very proud or very embarrassed to say that I've never been to a job interview, nor have I ever written a resume. I never really had one. I studied computer science at Monash Uni back in 88, 89, where before the internet was born. But I always knew that my number one love is retail. And interestingly enough, my father was, a small-time entrepreneur, always, doing things. And as soon as I finished uni, I started working in a store in Box Hill called Alphaphone. Alphaphone was selling very early days of mobile phones, fax machines, again, touching on the NEC brand that has been around for yonks now. I forgot the question, Andrew. What was it?
I think that whole retail background, and also I want to hear about those early days on eBay, because you sort of set up your own stuff on eBay, and that's how you started playing around with the internet and online sales.
Yeah. So before eBay, you mentioned earlier the markets. Yeah, as soon as I got my license at the age of 18, together with my brother that was 12 years old at the time, I bought my first car, which was a Holden Gemini, and I started hitting the Wantirna markets in Melbourne, selling ladies' apparel every Sunday, creating signs, learning very early days of marketing, branding, and truly hard work. Catch was born in 2006. Prior to launching Catch of the Day, we literally were working from the garage at home in our suburb of Caulfield, Victoria. Very early days of eBay, taking you back to 2004, Andrew. No one was selling on eBay. No one trusted eBay, and the most common question you received was, "Is it safe to put your credit card online?" It's amazing how everything has changed. As a supplier, I used to drive in a van in the streets of Moorabbin and Melbourne, knocking on doors of brand owners and begging them to sell me their goods. And the most common response I received was, "Where is your retail outlet? And unless you have a retail outlet, we would not be dealing with you." And how the world has changed, Andrew, because today I think the opposite is very much the case. Unless you have an e-commerce site with a lot of audience, no one's interested in your tiny little store in the suburbs of Melbourne or Sydney or anywhere else.
You touched on Catch of the Day then in 2006, and what was the impetus behind that? It was a game-changing idea. It was, we're going to have one daily deal, and we're going to sell as many of that as we possibly can. Where did that come from? What's the story behind getting that up and running?
Yeah. So the reasoning was really by necessity. We were running a tiny little website called dailydeals.com.au. It was from a 200 square meter warehouse in the suburb of Moorabbin. We didn't have that much competition at the time. Again, going back to 2006, no one was selling online. Not Maya, no David Jones, JB Hi-Fi, and all the other usual, retail players. Our biggest competitor at the time was our friend Paul Greenberg, and he was running Australia's #1 shopping site. It was called Deals Direct. But we didn't have money, nor did we have people, nor did we have space. So Daily Deals featured about 100 products, while Deals Direct in Sydney featured about 5,000 products. And we just didn't see a way to compete against them. And we spotted an interesting site in the USA. The site was called Woot, WOOT.com. Woot is still there today. Go and check it out. It was acquired by Amazon a few years ago for $100 million. And Woot had a crazy idea of selling one deal a day. And we looked at it and said, going back to our main skill, we are better buyers, that we believe that we have the capability to build Woot in Australia. And we launched it under the crazy name of Catch of the Day. For that reason, for many years, and throughout my career, people always told us, oh, you must be in the business of selling fish. Catch sold one deal a day. A new deal appeared every single day at midday. We tried to source the best deal that we could find by driving in those streets. In the early days, our aim was to sell 30 and 60. And, by word of mouth and the amazing concept of FOMO, fear of missing out, we grew very quickly. By 2010, Catch of the Day was Australia's most watched online shopping site. We were the #1 site on Hitwise.
And there was a turning point where, back to our technology and NEC, but there was a turning point where you started selling technology online, which hadn't really been done either. And I know there's a great story behind how you convinced a lot of those top brands to actually allow you to sell it online, and then there's some great results off the back of it.
Yep, it's great to see that you've read the book, Andrew. The book is called Catch of the Decade, How to Launch, Build and Sell a Digital Business. I'm not making a cent out of it. 100% goes to charities, but it makes me so happy and proud to get reached out to by various entrepreneurs all around the country every single day and see how they get inspired by our 200 stories. And these are stories of success, and they're also stories of failure. The section you are talking about, Andrew, was detrimental to the success of Catch. I remember sneaking in one night to an event by Ingram Micro. The old NEC people will know this brand very well. I wasn't invited to that event. It was at Jeff's Shed in Melbourne, not far from where I am right now. Within a couple of hours, I grabbed an A4 page that told the story of Catch of the Day, and I managed to meet about 80 different suppliers. And truly, that was a turning point in the history of Catch, because in the following weeks, we managed to source deals from everyone in the computer and electronic space under the sun, from NEC to HP and so on, ASUS and everyone else out there. A year later, Andrew, I'll give you one example of some crazy deal, a couple of crazy deals that we did. We managed to sell 4,000 Toshiba laptops within a 4-hour period. We managed to sell $1 million of Samsung television within 1 hour. And that created a lot of buzz, and that a lot of buzz created a lot of PR and branding and more word of mouth and more FOMO. And the catch of the day trend was just unstoppable. We're talking 2008, 2009 right now.
And one of the things you've always been pretty proud of, unlike some of your competitors, is that you've made profit the whole way through. And that obviously comes back to your very good buying and trading days. What do you think you did that the others didn't in doing that?
Look, I'm sad to say that we are old age retailers. By the way, I'm 51, my brother is 46 today. We are certainly considered pioneers, in the industry that we were at. But honestly, Andrew, I think that we played the game wrongly. Because today, the less money you make, the more profit, the more valuable your company is. But again, we are old-age retailers. We were told by our parents to buy an apple for $1, sell it for $2, and keep the profit in the pocket. And that's exactly what we did. We just knew that we have to go to work every single day and make a profit. That's the only line that I looked at in the daily report. So yeah, I am proud to say that we were profitable every single day, every single week, every month, and every year throughout the history of Catch. Interestingly, talking about profits and revenues, e-commerce businesses today are being valued at multiples of revenue. Try and become as big as you can and try and grab as much market share as you can. But when we sold our business to Wesfarmers back in 2019, which feels like a long time ago, e-commerce businesses were valued on multiples of profits, of EBITDA, and that's how we were valued.
Yeah. Just obviously the theme of today is all about game changing and disruption. And disruption's not just about disrupting the market sometimes. Sometimes you have to re-disrupt yourselves. And I know you went through two, overused word, pivots in 2012 and 2017. In 2012, you went away from just those one deals a day. And in 2017, you got into the marketplaces business. Just tell me, how hard as an entrepreneur was it to make those shifts into something that was a little bit new and unknown?
Look, I think with pivot, what really happens is the market creates the shifts for you. So you're talking about 2012. The reason we moved from one deal a day to lots of deals a day, because as the business was already so large and we were selling thousands of products every single day, we found it almost impossible to be able to source clearance items from local suppliers. They just did not have the volumes that were required. You mentioned that in 2017 we launched a marketplace. Just to remind your audience, back in 2017 there was only one marketplace in Australia, and that was eBay. We were the second marketplace to launch. Before everyone realized that marketplace is the world of the year and possibly the word of the next decade. Today, Andrew, there's about 20 or 25 different marketplaces, and I know that more are coming. Jeff Bezos once said that marketplaces are eating the world, and it's so true, not just in e-commerce, but in every other space, from Airbnb, Uber, you name it. Look, pivoting is hard to do, but as they say in business, if you don't do it, someone else will do it, and chances are you're just not going to make it to the next level. You can see everyone needing to pivot, and no matter how large you are. And look at what Facebook did last year with the shift in direction and even shift in brand. Talking about shifting in brand, we also did that in 2017 when we rebranded from Catch of the Day to Catch. It wasn't such a hard one because so many people have already referred to us as Catch. One more point, Andrew, as we're approaching 2022, I think we are living at the best time ever for pivoting, for changing your careers, and for trying something new. And you can see it all around us, both for businesses, HR, an interesting term have evolved in the last couple of weeks, and it's the great resignation. People are resigning, people are asking themselves what next. The ball is certainly with the employees.
I don't want to leave us today without talking about Eat Now, which you guys ended up merging into Menulog, and not long after you did that, you also had a successful exit. Just the quick story behind Eat Now. I know it was your brother who was thinking there was a few problems with some of the current ones, but just tell us a bit about that story, and then maybe about the exit story as well.
Yeah. So we're going back to 2012. Everyone knows what food delivery is, but in 2012 it wasn't such a common thing to do. There was one strong player in Australia, and that was called Menulog, a company that started in Sydney quite a few years before we did. We launched a competitor to Menulog because we realized by 2012 that we have an amazing audience, amazing what we like to call a toolbox, that we can replicate our businesses. By the way, we've done it earlier with Scoop-On, with Grocery Run selling groceries, and with Mamgo launching a site for mother and baby. Back to food, we launched Eat Now, and the business simply kept on growing. The long story short is that one of the most common threads in the book is the line that 1 + 1 = 3. And we realized that we're not doing so well fighting Menulog, and they're not doing that well fighting it now. And there's a much better chance that we would do so much better if we merged our businesses. Long story short, we merged the businesses in February 2015, and we suddenly held probably 95% of the food delivery market in Australia. Just to remind you, the audience today, this was before Uber Eats got launched and before Deliveroo got launched. What happened next? There was a major, strong interest in the local Australian entity, and the business ended up selling to a large, food delivery player based in the UK called Just Eat for the crazy price of $855 million, and that was in June of 2015, which again feels like a lifetime ago.
You just mentioned the 1 + 1 = 3, and I know that has been a good philosophy of yours. And I do think a combination of you and your brother has been, it's probably more like being 1 + 1 = 5. And I know a lot of people watching will have business partners. Just talk about the complementary skills and what, how you two work so well together and what the power of that was.
Yeah, so my brother Chezi, as I mentioned, is 6 years younger than me. He's super smart, but he's very different than me. So I'm very happy to sit here in front of you and tell my story, and I'm really comfortable in front of the camera, but my brother hates that kind of stuff. I love logistics, but he loves technology. I love the day-to-day operational stuff, and he loves the early days of starting a new business. They say that when you have two partners and they both alike, then one of them is probably not required. And it's certainly not the case with us. Me and my brother are extremely, very, very different, and we are bringing complementary skills to the table. But we're also quite similar in many things that are required to be a great entrepreneur. For example, risk-taking, our HR skills, etc. There's a lot of examples where business and family don't really work, but I'm very fortunate to have my brother by my side. One thing that we certainly never argue about is money. There's full trust between us. I trust him and support him, and he trusts me and supports me. And there were stages in life that I worked harder than him, and there's other stages in life that he works harder than me. But we would never, complain. And exactly the opposite. We know that we have each other's back. It certainly seems to have worked, and the 1 + 1 = 3 element is evident again.
We often do these talks and interviews, and we talk about all the great success stories, but there's also a lot of bumps in the road along the way, and you mentioned some of those businesses before. You had Mumbo, Pumpkin Patch came in and out, Vinamofo, a deal you guys did with Air Australia years ago. Again, I just want to do the balance of the ledger here. You obviously go through some tough times and you learn a lot too.
Yeah. So yeah, you mentioned a couple of businesses that we consider them to have not succeeded. I mentioned the concept of FOMO earlier, that the Catch of the Day was built on the concept of FOMO, fear of missing out. The truth is, Andrew, I believe that as entrepreneurs, both myself and my brother are suffering FOMO. So we hate missing out on opportunities, and when opportunities get presented to us, we try to find a way to make it work. And you touched on Vinamofo and Mamgo and various other ones. Today, myself and my brother are investors, and we've invested at some amazing companies, and they're all doing well. But guess what? We generally spend all day talking about the ones that we have missed out on, and we had the opportunity at investing it. A couple that come to mind is of course, Afterpay. I will never forget the day that I met a young 26-year-old Nick Molnar that came to us and begged us to invest at a valuation of $50 million. And, I read the papers this morning, and they just launched a business called Money, and this business is valued at $40 billion, and I'm so happy for Nick and Essien, but I'm also so pissed off with myself and my brother for missing out. But it's part of the entrepreneurial journey.
It is. You mentioned your investments. Where do you... you mentioned also earlier, you're a very curious person. Where do you look for your inspiration every day? What do you read? What people? What countries? Just to help out those watching. Where's your inspiration come from?
Yeah. So yeah, we talk about the concept of luck, and I think one of the elements in luck is certainly learning. And you're right. I think both myself and my brother are very inquisitive people. As I mentioned earlier, I love reading catalogs, and I always have been. I can tell you that I look at every single billboard and every single sign that I ever drive past. But yes, I do start my morning, and so is my brother, by reading the Financial Review and reading the Australian and reading TechCrunch. I'm Israeli, of course, and I follow everything that's happening in Israel. That's the startup nation building into the scale-up nation. They certainly are, years ahead of us, and there's a lot of inspiration that comes from there. But as we mentioned earlier, with the concept of Woot, that it was inspired/copied by an American website. Fresh ideas are so hard to come by these days, Andrew, and we are proud to say that most of our ideas are not fresh. They are inspired by bits and pieces from, various other successful businesses all around the world. But the winner will be the one that is able to execute that idea better than anyone else, and I think we've done well so far.
You've done very well. I know that's one of the one of your sort of 200 plus learnings in your book is around being almost second to market. Occasionally it's good to be first to market, but sometimes it's second to market. Yeah. What else, just for those watching, what else are some of the standouts? I know you've got 200 odd, but what is some of your favourite lessons that you guys captured in the book?
Look, we saved the last lesson in the book, which we thought was the best lesson. Again, we don't have much time to talk about many of them, but my last and most important lesson is it's all about the people. And, we have realized throughout the years that we are certainly not the smartest people in the world, nor do we want to be the smartest people in the room. I want to surround myself with the best people that I can find. I should not be the smartest person in marketing. For that, we require a great CMO and a smart person in customer service. Nor should I be a logistics genius. We should have a great, warehousing and logistics people for that. The role of the founder is to be able to be the glue in terms of HR, in terms of drive, and in terms of strategy. But make sure that you surround yourself with people that you can learn from. The same thing also applies to your service providers, your accountant, your financial advisor, your merger and acquisition, your legal people. Make sure that you surround yourself with the best that you can find, because they really are worth their weight in gold, Andrew.
Gabby, it's been an incredible story, and I'm so glad we got to finally have this conversation around it, particularly at Nec Immersion. The story is something that you and your brother should be incredibly proud of. Thanks for sharing it with us today. You're an absolute game changer and disruptor. I'm sure you'll keep doing it going forward. You haven't stopped yet. And we've loved hearing the stories behind it as to what you did and how you did it. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabby Leibovich.
Well, welcome, and it's a pleasure to spend this time with you today at this amazing conference, looking at the question of how we can change the game this coming decade. Now, I'm going to talk about a question that I've been researching and reporting on now for some 17 years. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, gee, why hasn't he answered this question? Well, the reason why I haven't answered this question is because, unlike a mystery that has perhaps an answer or a pathway, this question here behaves very, very differently. Just when we think we know what is in fact around the corner, there's a twist and there's a change. And so how we increase our capacity to adapt to a world of accelerated change is really, really important, and it becomes the centrepiece of what my research has been about. Now, to address that question, I'd like to introduce to you two wonderful words. The first word is youthquake. Now, when I was doing the research for my new book, called Youthquake 4.0, what happened was that a friend of mine sort of was quite curious about the word, and so I asked him, what do you think this word means? And so he responded by saying that he thought youthquake was a type of headache that parents give their kids, and I thought, that's not a bad guess. But youthquake is in fact defined as a significant cultural, social or political shift associated with youth. Now, youthquake is not a new word. In fact, youthquake emerged in the mid-60s to explain the significant social change that was occurring in the mid-60s, which we all can recall. Now, the reason why this word is important is because it symbolises significant cultural, political and technological change. Now, the idea that I'd like you to think about is that when these events occur, there are significant opportunities that do emerge. If we look back in the mid-60s, we saw the rise of the credit markets, the consumer markets. We saw the significant rise of this unquenchable thirst for white goods and the like. And so youthquake has now resurfaced again 5 decades later to become the Oxford Dictionary's 2017 Word of the Year. Now, why is this significant? It's significant because that word was assigned to the millennials, who are not by accident, the children of the baby boomers. And so as we go into this next youthquake, the idea that I think is important for you to think about is that, that we are going to also see significant change. Now, the second word that I'd like to introduce you to is my life word. And this word is a beautiful 19th century word called juvenescence. And juvenescence is defined as the constant state of youthfulness. Now, the idea that I'd like you to be thinking about as we go through this presentation is that survival is no longer just a function of a once-off event, a transformation. It's in fact about your capacity to adapt to a world of accelerated change, which is in effect the question that we must address this coming decade. Now, so what I'm going to be covering in this presentation is a range of disruptive forces that are largely outside of management's control. And so this is the environment that will in effect be shaping and catalysing, I guess, the decade ahead. So, because we're here at this wonderful conference, we're going to begin by thinking about this from a customer perspective, and we're going to look at demographic change, and we're going to look at this from two bookends. The first is we're going to look at it from the impact of millennials, and millennials are broadly aged between sort of the years of 20 to about 40 years. They were born in around 1980 to about 2000. And so, so what's important when we think about millennials is that, that they will permeate all aspects of society. And there are three key reasons why we need to pay attention to this demographic, who's become the largest demographic group on the planet. The first is they produce more income than any other demographic, and as their proportionate representation of workforces increases through the course of time, so will their income production capacity. And so that leads into the second most important point, and that is their investment capacity, which is predicted to grow by 5 times out to 2030. Now, the last really important point, particularly for this part of the world, is that the epicentre for the rise of millennials will be the Asia-Pacific region, where more than half of millennials on the planet will find their home. Now, I'd like to now just talk about, three really important points that will shape the way the world thinks about millennials. And that is that their proportionate representation across all facets of society will only increase from this point on. And so we've got to think about that question from how do we feel about a world that's going to be led by this demographic? How differently will they think to the leaders of the past? The second area that I think is really important is to think about the future of work, because this generation is the first generation who is saying, you know what, yesterday's model of employment doesn't fit my expectations. And that's why up to 40% of them are really interested in starting up their own business. And in a world that's awash with capital, in a world that has an unquenchable thirst for entrepreneurship, this is a demographic to watch out for. And as I mentioned before, when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region, this is really the demographic that is going to bring us to really showcase that in Asia-Pacific. Now, when it comes to sort of thinking about demographic changes, here are the main points that I think are really important to think about. The first is life expectancy. Now, life expectancy has been increasing 2 years every decade since 1870. And so when we think about, millennials, this will be the first generation that has a 1 in 2 chance of living to 100 years. So the whole structure of family life and the workforce is in fact changing. This is the first time we've got 5 generations in the workplace, and millennials and their children will be the first generation to live in a 5-generation family construct. We've got to think about the ageing population. We've got to think about how we are going to support our ageing demographic, where the proportion of ageing people versus the proportion of those working people will drop to its lowest level. And so when we think about productivity and the way with which we improve Australia's productivity, we've got to look to alternative forms than labour to improve that. So, how do we feel about a millennial-led Australia? That was a question I put to Australian professionals and CEOs and directors as part of my Australia 2030 research, and overwhelmingly we feel great about that. More than half of us feel that this generation is going to be more transformational as leaders across political, religious and organisational lines this decade than generations before them. But what was actually quite ironic was that about 8% of millennials disagreed with that statement, so go figure. Now, okay, let's talk about some of these tipping points. So the 2 tipping points I'll just leave you with here are, first, youth voice matters. They've become the largest demographic group on the planet. Their income production capacity is only going to increase through time. And then most importantly, we are also in a population that is ageing, and we can't look to labour to be sources of income for governments. For example, in the form of taxes and the like. We've got to look for alternative forms, and what we're going to talk about now is the role that technology will play in that. So, welcome to the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is coming whether it's ready or not. Now, what is an industrial revolution? Now, there's lots of definitions around, but I'll begin by saying the important points of this: with every industrial revolution, we see profound changes in the way economic value is created. And it's created as a result of the convergence of 3 significant systems. Those are energy, logistics and communication systems. So for example, in the first industrial revolution in the late 1700s, that was characterised by the rise of steam as a power source. We applied that to locomotion and we were able to move goods and services around waterways and around hinterlands through railway networks and the like. And of course the advent of the printing press, which enabled us to be able to communicate and disseminate constant information across geographical lines. The second industrial revolution characterised from an energy perspective around electricity and oil. We applied that to mechanisation, automobiles, flight, where we were able to move goods, services and people all around the world, and of course the advent of telecommunications. The third industrial revolution, which ironically occurred only 50 years after the second industrial revolution, is characterised by nuclear power as the energy source, computing and the electronics, and of course the advent of mobile communications and the internet. So let's look at what is the fourth industrial revolution. It is no different. It's really centred around the convergence of these three systems. And there's a range of technologies that are associated with this. When it comes to energy, it's all about renewable energy and finding alternative sources of materials that we can use in our production systems. When it comes to, thinking about logistics, what will robotics, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all of these things will allow us to create value in completely new and different ways. And of course, this decade, as part of the fourth industrial revolution, we're seeing the advent of fifth generation mobile networks, as well as satellite constellations popping up all over the world. Now, what does this really mean? Well, it means that we're going to be now living in a exponential world where, the way that we've thought about production in the past has been a function of access to scarce resources as well as demand and growth has been disassociated. And so to give you an example of this, if we look at the yellow line here, that's the linear way of thinking about growth. Next year we need to grow 5%. In order for us to grow 5%, we need this much capital, we need this much labour, this much X, Y, Z. But all of a sudden, we're living in this exponential growth world where organisations seem to be accelerating at great rates. Now, let me give you an example of this. When I was advising a major top 10 bank in London, the organisation that we were looking at was a company called TransferWise. They were a startup by two Estonian Skype workers, ironically enough, at the time, working for Skype in London. And they were frustrated by the time and the cost of remitting their salaries back into their Estonian accounts. And when they learnt that it was quicker and cheaper to put cash in a briefcase and fly it from London to New York than use the banking system, they thought there's got to be a better way to do this. And so they began TransferWise, which many of you have probably used. It's an international money remittance and cross-border payment system. Now, at the time that I was advising this major global bank about exponential change, news broke that TransferWise, after 5 short years, had hit their third consecutive profitable growth pathway. Now, the reaction from this bank was to pull the price lever, and their beliefs were, who is going to give their money to a startup to move across, an international boundary? We're a big 100-year-old plus bank, our brand is global. And I said, well, people don't value that anymore. People value experience, and that is what TransferWise is offering that the traditional systems don't. And then sure enough, what happened 3 years later was that TransferWise has gone on to become Europe's largest fintech, securing more than 6 million customers. And what we've got to think about is this was just in 8 short years. And that's what we mean about exponential change. Now, what makes these organisations different? Well, what makes these organisations different is their business model. And so we've got to think about disruption from a business model perspective. These are 7 business models that will rule this decade. Now, these are characterised by organisations who would be familiar to you, but they all exhibit 3 fundamental aspects about their business. Firstly, they're platform-based. Secondly, they're data-intensive. They understand how to create value from data. And then third, they are capital light. They are not reliant on labour or fixed assets to create value. And what's common in all of this? Well, it's data. When we look at the technologies that are about to emerge as a result of the 4th Industrial Revolution, these are the technologies that Australian professionals believe are going to be the most disruptive to them over the coming decade. What's common amongst all of these things? Data. And so we've got to think quite differently about this decade, because the question becomes, are you ready to compete analytically? What stage is your organisation at when it comes to looking at the way with which you can create value from data? Now, fortunately, 2 wonderful researchers out of Harvard called Davenport and Harris have created a maturity model that has 5 stages associated with how organisations move through this pathway. They tested it on 386 organisations in the US with their permission. I tested it on 78 organisations in the Asia Pacific. And what we found was consistent, and that is that most organisations are still in stage 1 or stage 2. Now, if you're thinking about what is a stage 5 analytical competitor, it is an Amazon, it is a Google, it is any of those organisations I referred to before, Airbnb, Uber and the like, that understand how to monetise data based on those things. Okay, so now what's the problem in this data-fueled decade that we have before us? And it's what I refer to as the skills revolution. We've got to shift our narrative away from thinking about digital literacy and now to start thinking about data literacy, because data will become critical to the performance of every single role in an organisation or in an industry, irrespective of what it is. And we are now caught in this sort of stage where we've got a shortage of skills in the right roles, to the right industries, in the right supply. And, when we look at sort of the question of how do Australian professionals feel about how we're advancing technologically, scientifically, and the investments that we're making in skills, this is a problem, because what we're seeing is that, most people believe and are concerned that we are not investing adequately in these areas. Now, the 2 bars that you're seeing here, firstly, the orangey colour bar there shows you how people reacted to that question pre-COVID, and then the reaction to that question in the eye of the COVID storm. In other words, in the height of the COVID storm, the criticality of investing in skills virtually doubled. And so we've really got to think quite differently about how we create and transition workforces into this new world. Now, UTS, which is the University of Technology here in Sydney, a wonderful organisation who is at the cutting edge of helping organisations transition their workforces through an AI-based platform that they developed called FutureTrack. Now, what FutureTrack enables us to do is to stop sheep dipping everybody in terms of learning and development and create a customised pathway right down to an individual level based on the learning from, a job that they might have today to, one that might be required in the future. So for example, if you've got accountants today that you may not need as many accountants, FutureTrack will help you create a customised pathway to get that person from being an accountant to a cyber and information security analyst. Now, these are going to become really, really important because we are facing an ingenuity gap. Now, what is an ingenuity gap? Well, Access Economics has modelled as recent as the start of this year that the absence of adequate supply of tech skills in our economy is putting about $10 billion at risk. And so, you know, when we think about the gap in the actual skills that we have, we've got about 156,000 shortfall in tech skills out to 2025. And so the appetite for people to change the jobs that they're in today into these new and emerging areas has become a national priority. It's something that we must address. And it can't be just something that we rely on government alone to do. This involves industry, it involves organisations, right down to the individual. So when we look at then the gaps between, you know, leaders and C-levels in terms of the capabilities of their organisations, we see a further polarisation. There is a gap between the perceptions of boards and the capabilities in their organisations relative to the C-level who have to deliver the operational model and deliver the business outcomes of the organisation. And I sort of summarise these as being around, you know, capability. We can see that, you know, there's this inflated view of the agility of the organisation compared to the C-suite. When it comes to innovation, you know, we've got this inflated view again. We see boards have, you know, a significant inflated view of the innovativeness of their organisation, you know, relative to the C-suite again. So what we've got to think about now is the tipping point. So let me summarise. The fourth industrial revolution is coming whether you are ready or not. And we've got to think about the impact of that on your business model. We need to think about that from a technological perspective, the skills perspective, and most importantly, data. This is a group of technologies that are fueled on data, and we have to become data literate. Not in lieu of, but in addition to becoming, you know, digital literate. And so it's really important for us to think about you know, this from an innovation perspective, because if we want our organisations to be much more innovative, then we've really got to address these four key areas. Okay, let's talk about trust. Now, trust is something that has been eroded to its lowest levels this decade. We saw the erosion of trust across our, you know, political spectrum. We saw the erosion of trust in business leaders, in our organisations, along religious lines and the like. And what I talk about is that interconnected trust is where, you know, we will see a renewal of the way with which we think about trust, because trust systems and conventions were never designed for a digital life. And it's how I express this around three key principles. It's called the trust trinity. When we think about our online activity and we think about the Net Promoter Score, for example, would you recommend this product or service to a friend or family member? Well, when we look at online, for example, we are now following reviews from strangers that we don't know. But we've put our trust and confidence in communities to rate and rank whatever goods and services we're looking to buy online. And so we've got to think quite differently about how we have bestowed trust and how this will sort of unfold, including the platforms upon which we bestow trust. And so trust is sort of becoming decentralised and really sort of, you know, driven by these four things. Technology will play an increasing role in the way that we think about trust, and most importantly, the organisations with whom we'll bestow that trust to. What you're seeing here is really a profound shift from the question of, you know, who do we trust, into the question of what do we trust. And so you can see here that the most trusted people, and along ethical lines as well, are our academics and our research institutions. Now, why is this? Because there is a level of independence from them that we are just not seeing coming from governments who are the least trusted and are rated to be the least ethical. And so we've got to think quite differently about how that independence needs to factor into the new models, you know, of trust. And so when it comes to then looking at, decentralised trust and the role of technology, what we can see here from the Australia 2030 research is that people overwhelmingly believe they will trust technology more so than what they'll trust institutions or organisations, to the point where, would they trust robots to make intelligent decisions on their behalf? Well, certainly 1 in 3 would. And so we've got to really think quite differently in a world that was never designed for digital trust, because we're now living in a mobile-first world. The mobile device has now become the gateway to how we live, work and play. Now, in that gateway, we've often heard about that content is the king. Well, I would argue that it's now time to content that's emerging. And in fact, we're seeing some new, really fascinating psychological phenomena emerge, like selfie stress, which is associated with the millennial groups, and it's the time delay in uploading or downloading content. And what researchers have observed is there's increasing blood pressure associated with how long it takes to, in fact, get to the content. So time to content is going to become critical in the experience. And then lastly, we're living in a hyper-connected world. Cities are becoming smarter, vehicles are becoming autonomous, and we're going to see much, much more of our lives become connected. So the tipping points here, interconnected trust. We need to think about trust in a very, very different way. It won't be bestowed with few individuals, but it is a renewable energy. And we've got to think about re-establishing trust by augmenting and including technology in those lifestyle processes and services that we have. So, okay, let's talk about some emerging technological shifts. Now, although we hear about these technologies, artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain, 5G, all of these wonderful, wonderful technologies, we hear about them independently, but the disruptive effect is important to think about what happens when you start putting them together. Now, this is a roadmap to help you understand the timing of which a lot of these technologies are anticipated to unfold this coming decade. And you can see them all there. 3D printing, the way we manufacture goods and services, is already upon us. 5th generation mobile networks being rolled out not only across Australia but right around the world. The way with which we think about nanobots and autonomous vehicles is also quite important and upon us. So it's important to understand that this is the decade where value creation through these models will occur. We will have new medical procedures and technologies that will be able to deliver precision medicine to treat the illnesses that have eluded us today. Virtual reality will become indistinguishable from reality, and computers will assume human-level intelligence. And so what happens when we start putting these technologies together, for example, AI in the cloud, when we start looking at using 5G as well as the Internet of Things and a whole range of virtual reality technologies, will enable us to create new goods and services that we haven't seen before. When we start thinking then about privacy that I just referred to before, the use of privacy-enabled technologies to be able to recreate trust in new and different ways through distributed ledger technologies, and then the advent of quantum computing, which will allow us to solve problems that are just not possible using today's computing. And so how will this really come together? Well, it'll come together in a couple of ways. Firstly, it will we'll see new value being created through the emergence of new industries. We will see, cross-industry ecosystems, the blurring of the lines between two different industries. We'll also see the advent of, the physical world becoming interconnected to our biological world. And so this will be quite important in terms of the way that we think about the Internet things, cities becoming smarter and faster. And so we'll also see different transaction flows. The example that I used before about about TransferWise is just one but example. And in fact, if you want to see another example of that, if you looked at buy now, pay later, we saw in just 6 short years, we saw Australian innovation at its best with the advent of Afterpay, for example, that went from zero to an enterprise value of 39 billion in just 6 short years. And so think about these technologies as they come together from a multiplicative effect. Okay, let's get into looking at some predictions about the decade ahead. And so what's important to think about the decade ahead is that it'll be the fusion of our biological world, our digital world, our environmental world that will bring to life all of these new innovations. We can expect our digital world to become much more immersive and decentralized. We can expect our physical world to become much more interconnected and intelligent. And we could expect our environmental world to become, much more cleaner and extended out into space. So let's look at now how these comes together in a range of experiences. So these are the top 10 experiences where, the percentages that you're seeing here are the desirability of these experiences from people. And so what we can expect is wearable technology, much more of it. Our clothing will become much more intelligent and will be able to help us understand our bodies much, much more effectively than what we do today. We'll have guardians who will be watching over our privacy matters and the way with which we use data online. Sustainability through our apps and through our devices, we'll be able to understand how we can contribute to better environmental contributions at a personal level through these technologies. And so there's many more when we think about the way with which our lives will become more interconnected and more personalised. But we've got to bring this back to what does this mean at an enterprise level. So we begin by thinking about the world from the outside in. Our lives are going to become much more interconnected. Our cities are going to become smarter. Our systems will be becoming connected from machine to machine. What this all means is that the central intelligence of an organisation in this fourth industrial revolution is based on what I refer to as this cognitive intelligence, this ability to use data to be able to create new value through all of these platforms that are emerging, through quantum computing, the Internet of Things. All of these platforms will enable us to create services that are in the customer's time zone, which is real time, right? Not with one week's lag or within 3 months. And this will become, available through next generation networks, whether they're 5th generation mobile, fixed networks, satellite communications. And then most importantly, with that hyper-connected, with that increase of data and hyper-connection, will fuse the way that we think about our biological, physical and data world. So how do Australians feel about all of this technological advancement coming? Well, what you can see here is that there is a significant level of optimism in the way with which Australians are looking at their digital lives. Now, when we take this a couple of steps further, and I asked the question in the research about thinking about their digital lives from a future retrospective perspective, you can see that more than 3/4 of Australians will reflect back on the decade and think that technology and scientific developments made a significant advancement in the way that they live their lives. So let me now summarise. The fourth industrial revolution is coming whether we are ready or not. And we've got to think very thoughtfully about the way with which we include that in our in the way with which we design our services. And so when it comes to then thinking about data, we're now living in a data fueled world where your organisation will need to become, and the skills to become data literate will become really, really important. We've got to prepare for exponential models. This is what will impact your organisations mostly. And we've got to really redesign trust for a digital world and watch out for the multiplication effect that's going to impact the way with which you think about these technologies from an isolation perspective to a futures perspective. So, after that, let's take a breath. Let me bring you back to my life word, juvenescence. The key, I think, that will define organisations' success this coming decade is not based on their brand or their access to scarce resources. It is in fact something that we've always known. This is Darwinian's theory of survival. It is your capacity to adapt to a world of accelerated change that will define the success of your organisations over this coming decade. And let me conclude by just reminding us all that every idea, every product or service that you think is absolutely amazing began as an idea in somebody's mind. So, get your game-changing juvenescence on and find a youthquake, because what we know is on the back of a youthquake we'll see significant value created through services. So I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. Thank you.
Rocky, thanks so much. Well done.
Pleasure.
A
Thank you.
huge amount to cover. There's about 5 things that I was ticking off. I mean, the millennials thing I think is incredible. I mean,
It is.
To think that 1 in 2 are going to reach 100.
Yeah.
It's blowing my mind.
It is.
And then I'm thinking what the next generation, my kids, are going to do. The working from home, I think we're all seeing that. But the one I wanted to just quickly ask a question about was trust. And we're going to talk a bit about trust later on in our customer and citizen centricity area. And someone once said to me, trust is won in drops and lost in buckets. And it was interesting that gap between where the corporate world is, government and others. Is it easy? Is there a reason, more in-depth reason in your mind behind that, or what's your thinking?
Yeah, I think the best trust saying I ever heard was that trust is earned at the pace of a turtle and lost at the gallop of a racehorse. And so I think the erosion of trust is not just a linear thing. It's not just in our institutions that we've lost trust in, but it's in the systems. And we're now becoming more reliant on technology to be the independent umpire, let's just say. And so the way we think about, augmenting technology into trust, and we've got to remember the conventions of trust were never designed for a digital life. What's happened is that we've now evolved into a digital life, but yet our systems and conventions of trust haven't adapted. And I think that's the key.
The other one, I mean, the whole piece around data, what's possible and not possible. I think you touched on IoT, and 5G is going to bring us a lot more. And weirdly, in my mind, some of this technology has actually been around for a while. It's just going to accelerate.
It is, and that's why the multiplicative effect is really important. You're right, Internet of Things has been around for a while, but what happens when you put that onto a 5th generation mobile network being rolled out? Amazing new services can be created, right? We can all of a sudden see the world and experience the world in real time. But at the heart of all of this is data, and we must know how to treat that data and how to create value from it. And that will be created through, new business models. We can't think that yesterday's business model is going to be fit for purpose this coming decade.
Yeah. And I think the importance of that first-party data going forward as well, given the multitudes of changes at some of our big tech companies.
Yes.
And I think for, our viewers out there to make sure in the next 18 months in particular that they're capturing first-party data in the right way, but as best they can for the future.
Absolutely.
So, Rocky, thanks so much. Still to come in NEC's Immersion today, I'll be moderating a panel around rethinking possibilities for customer and citizen-centred design, featuring Mike Murdoch, the Chair of NEC Australia, Charles Wiesner, the Head of Customer Experience at Optus, and Amy Brown, the CEO of Investment at New South Wales. An outstanding panel of experts in this field, full of insights already to share. And the last panel today, at the end of our session, brings a remarkable lineup of sporting legends to discuss changing the game of sport, the impact of strategy, data, science and technology in sport, featuring Nec Immersion, the previous high-performance manager at Melbourne United, Kevin Sheedy, AFL legend, and Michael Checker, international rugby coach. And that'll be moderated by Channel 7 sports presenter Michelle Bishop.
Hi, I'm Helen Hamilton-James, Managing Partner of the Western Sydney office for Deloitte. I'm really excited to be moderating this next session here in Immersion. Game-changing cities featuring the perfect lineup for this discussion. We have Roch Giroux, who's the CEO of Sydney Water, Jeff Roberts AM, Chief Commissioner of the Greater Sydney Commission and Chief Investment Officer of Investment New South Wales, and Duncan Chalner, General Manager of Business Development at Celestino. I'm really thrilled to be speaking to our panel today on the topic of the future of Western Sydney, a smart digital success story in the making. Each of our three panellists has a really unique perspective on the development of the Western Parkland City, which is an area including an entirely new city, Bradfield, which is being built around the Western Sydney International Airport, which is due to open in 2026. I'm really looking forward to discussing with them the opportunities and challenges associated with developing this 40-year vision developed by the Greater Sydney Commission. The Greater Sydney Commission's plan envisaged a sustainable, digitally enabled, modern, innovative area with some really creative, leading-edge businesses creating jobs in areas such as advanced manufacturing, medical research, agribusiness, health, education, aerospace, to name just a few. And all of it's being built essentially out of a greenfield site, so it's a big challenge. There's already substantial investment committed by both the state and the federal governments to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to ensure that this vision can be realised. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the region, and I think for Australia as well, and it will really help to drive Australia's economy into the future, taking advantage of the emerging technologies, advanced manufacturing, innovations, etc., and make it a place where people really want to work, live and play. And we'll talk about that as we go through the session. However, developing a new city from greenfields is not straightforward. It's challenging. There are some challenges around that. The population in the area is expected to double to well over 2 million people in the next 40 years. It's a significant area. There's over 9,000 square kilometres. We have some climatical issues. We have some areas that are prone to flooding, and we also have an area where the temperatures can be up to 10 centigrade higher than on the coast. So there are some challenges. But anyway, I want to start talking to our panel, who are the experts in this space. But Roch, I was wondering if we could start with you. I've touched on some of the challenges around developing the Western Parkland City and Greater Western Sydney, but I wonder what your perspective on those challenges were. Obviously, the CEO of Sydney Water, responsibility for ensuring that we have water for all those new houses and businesses. So I was wondering if you could share your perspectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Helen. Look, I think what's really important when you look at a new development area, but actually also when you look at an existing area that you try to redevelop, what's really important to look at is the role that water can play in the area. And you've mentioned challenges, population, climate change, heat island effect, etc., etc. And the fact that we want to create a place where people can really enjoy themselves and be really happy where they live and learn and play and work. And that's where water has a big role to play. So when we look at Western Sydney, it's actually looking at doing water differently in Western Sydney as we do in other parts of Sydney, but not the traditional way. And that's about really integrating the water cycle management. And what I mean by this is not only thinking about water as just a pipe for drinking water and a pipe for wastewater so that you can just open the tap and flush the toilet without thinking about it, but that's actually integrating also recycled water and integrating also storm water and the waterways. And taking all these different forms of water then create an environment that is really designed around water, and that's what gives you the possibility to have a tree canopy. That's what gives you possibility to have parks and gardens and green buildings and green facades and really creating an environment that is really different. So water is there. It's about using it in a different way. And I should say also that technology has a big part to play here, because when you want to integrate the water cycle, you also need technology and IoT and etc. So there is a really a big opportunity, actually, rather than challenges, a big opportunity to do things differently. And on what Jeff and the Greater Sydney Commission have built, on the vision that they've built, and on the projects that we're working on with Celestino, they are really a fantastic opportunity to create this different space for the people that are going to live in Western Sydney.
Fantastic, thank you. Jeff, as the sort of architect of the metropolis of three cities, the master plan and the vision, you know, obviously you've been instrumental in that. What's your perspective on what we need to do now? You know, where are we? We've obviously created a vision, but I'm really interested in your perspective around next steps and what you think needs to happen now.
Look, it's the fundamental question, isn't it? I might answer that just by going back to why we have a metropolis of three cities, because if we understand the root cause of why Western Sydney is where it is and what it could be in the future, I think that'll help this discussion. So the problem with Sydney at the moment is we have a front door and a back door. We have the first city where we've been prioritising spending of infrastructure for over 150 years, and we've had traditionally in Western Sydney suburban unconnected developments. Now, the problem with that as Sydney grows from 5 million to 8 million people is we just run out of space to really think about smart, digital, green connected cities if we keep that model going. The other thing that happened was the federal government decided to build a new airport in the middle of the last decade. Now, we only do that once every 100 years or so in Australian cities. So our mantra at the Commission was not to build an airport, but to build an airport city, and to really, the vision is really about building an economy in Western Sydney. Not more houses only, but an economy. Jobs and housing and placemaking all to happen at the same time. What we don't want is to subject Sydney-siders to longer commutes between where they live and where they work. We talk about the 30-minute city. So that's the logic of the metropolis of three cities. Now, in the 5 or so short years since that whole concept was developed, we've really achieved quite a lot. Federal government and state government have spent or have agreed to spend about $30 billion. That is the highest expenditure anywhere in the country of aligned expenditure between the federal government, the state government and local government. So I'm confident that we've got the beginnings of our rail line, the beginnings of our airport, our our hospitals, the West Invest Fund. I'm quite confident that all that's happening. But now it's time to really focus on jobs and to really make sure that the private sector are brought along. And Celestino, let's be honest, were the early adopters of Western Sydney, in fact, well before the Greater Sydney Commission. And they are an example of the type of developer that we need. Well, they're not really developers, they're really place curators. And what we need to do is create 200,000 jobs between us all. That's 3 Macquarie Parks in half the time of Macquarie Park. So that's 6 Macquarie Parks we need to create in Western Sydney in the next 20 years. We can't do that as a government-only exercise. And now the challenge is to liberate the private sector to help achieve the jobs aspirations of the government.
That's great. I absolutely agree. I think that's a great point. I think government's done a phenomenal job. I think it's now, private sector, we need to step up. So Duncan, as part of the organisation that's really driven a lot of the thinking around the science park in Western Sydney, maybe you could talk about, your experiences around that, what you think needs to happen next, and maybe some of the opportunities that Celestino and you see, around the opportunities in the region.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. I think obviously Rock and Jeff have talked about there's lots of opportunities and challenges, and particularly when you're establishing innovation ecosystems, in particular from Greenfield, there are a lot of challenges, and it's very complex when you want to get that started. You need human capital, you need financial capital, you need to have innovation infrastructure, you can have the right enabling policies and regulations as well, and you need certainty. So when you look at the Aerotropolis 2, this is going to be a long game for everyone, and we need to make sure that it's well coordinated and it's also well orchestrated. So the New South Wales government and the federal government have created that platform. There are a few things, I think, in terms of from a property development perspective where we think there's opportunities to take it from a vision to a reality. And I think the first one will be certainty for the private sector. We need to make sure that we've got enabling regulations and policies that enable us to get on and do what we do best, which is to innovate and to deliver. We need to make sure that there's still flexibilities within that framework that's created by both state and federal government. We don't need more layers of bureaucracy, we don't need more red tape, we just need to be able to make it easy for us to do what we need to do, and that's the focus on that certainty. And the work that the Western Parklands City Authority and the Department of Planning are doing, we're getting there shortly, which is great. So certainty is the first one. I think the second one that we'll really need to have a real focus on is making sure that regulations and codes keep up with the pace of digital and innovation change, because what will happen is we'll have all great technologies like the ones that NEC are producing, but the regulations and the standards aren't keeping up pace with it. So we won't be able to implement it, we won't be able to use it because the regulations are still a bit behind us. And there's great productivity gains that we can gain right now by using high technologies to validate and certify processes in the construction sector or in property development. Too often there's machines that are sitting idle, there's people sitting idle while someone has to go in, take a physical sample, take it back to a lab and so on. So I think the second part we need to make sure is that regulations and standards keep up with the pace of technological change. And I think the third important bit that the private sector will be looking for is enduring champions. And when I say enduring champions, I mean champions that are leaders in industry and leaders in government that will make it their mission to make sure that each and every precinct in the Aerotropolis is successful, and that the language is more about and rather than or. It should be Bradfield City Centre and Sydney Science Park and Memory Precinct and the Agri Precinct and the work that Louise Waterhouse is doing, or BHL Holdings and so on. I think there needs to be the change in language around it's an and, not an or. And I think the time is right now for government as well to look to cast the net broader and maybe look at precinct by precinct opportunities like they've done at the Bradfield City Centre. They've done an impressive job catalysing and seeding that precinct. The $1 billion in infrastructure for that area, the $50 million, I think, for the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, and then the CSIRO's headquarters that are also going there. I think we need to start to work with government and with the private sector to put seeds into the other precincts where government could catalyse it through some public investment that the private sector matches and exceeds. And I think through that mechanism, we can look at the broader opportunity where we get the platform right for the private sector, give us the certainty, give us the way to do it, and let us innovate and deliver. Because there's never been a better time right now. There's not a more needed time than right now. So I think we're getting everything right, but the time is to act now. We've been talking about the vision for a long time. Just give us the certainty, give us the platform, and we'll do what we need to do.
That's great, Duncan. Thank you. I think underpinning all that you just said, there was the need for collaboration, and obviously that way of working and thinking across, private sector, private to private, state, local, federal, utilities to utilities. So I was interested, Rock, in your view on collaboration and how we achieve that, and maybe some of your experiences at Sydney Water around things that you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely critical, and Duncan has made a very important point when he was talking about because when you're building infrastructure, you need to think about what's coming next, because it's infrastructure most of the time will come first, and then the development will happen, etc. So that's where collaboration is absolutely critical, because if we understand what the people that will be living in Western Sydney in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time want to have, then we can plan and construct in a prudent and efficient way, and not only in terms of what will be delivered in terms of outcomes, but also in terms of cost, because it has, the good planning has a big impact on the cost and the long-term cost. So collaboration is absolutely critical, and I think it's really critical that it's not only collaboration between utilities, it's also collaboration with government agencies, it's also collaboration with developers, it's also collaboration with the different industries that will be having a big part to play in Western Sydney. And I think this collaboration is even more critical at an early stage, because this is now that we're building the future. And I want to mention something that I've actually never seen before in my career in different countries, and that's the collaboration that we've got with the electricity and gas industry. So we have a partnership with Endeavour and Gemini, and we are working together to really build innovative solution, multi-utility, where really instead of talking on one side to water, on the other side to electricity and then to gas, you can really have one group of utilities that will be working together, cooperating on where to locate the pipes, where to locate corridors, and deliver solutions for customers that are a lot more efficient. So there is a lot of things where collaboration is really critical. I was talking about these three utilities. You plug to that the role of technology, and then you start thinking, okay, if we've got a corridor with water, gas, and electricity, well, it's obvious we need to have that as well, and we need to have communication. And that's where then you start thinking, okay, so if I've got all this, then yes, it's obvious that I will have IoT devices everywhere, so that we can monitor the network, which is underground and therefore not visible and difficult to operate. So, and that's why, the planning phase, and this is now, it's actually started quite some time ago, but the cooperation and collaboration is absolutely critical to really deliver something of value to the future customers.
And it's great to hear that that's happening, and I think we've talked a lot about the need for advanced technologies, innovation, but ultimately it's people working together to create the solutions using the technology. So it's great to hear that that thinking is coming to life. Jeff, if I can ask you a question around the vision. You talked about making it about jobs and placemaking, and we talked about digitally enabled city. But what is it that's going to make people really want to live in Western Sydney?
Well, look, it's just going to be better. It has to be better. I think we have, many of us, an unintended bias in Sydney that Western Sydney is out there and it'll sort of catch up one day. as the Chief Commissioner, I see Western Sydney quite differently. I think Western Sydney can leapfrog Sydney and in fact be a globally significant set of precincts and city region. A little bit like some of your listeners would know this, some of the Japanese examples in Greater Tokyo are good examples, but also the area we think about a lot is the Randstad in the Netherlands, where we have an airport centred with 3 or 4 cities, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, Utrecht and The Hague around that is very similar to Western Sydney. So I think we have to be careful in this fourth generation of industrial revolution in cities, and maybe even the 5th generation, that we don't constrain Western Sydney with preconceived growth areas. I could imagine a new town of Sydney in the middle of the century where the main commerce of Sydney actually happens in Western Sydney, not in Eastern Sydney. It's quite common, and my good friend to the right of me here, there's a city called Paris, which most of us know. The old town of Paris is not where you do commerce. It's where you drink your coffee and you have the beautiful food and the visitor economy happens. But the real commerce of Paris happens around Charles de Gaulle Airport. And we see it in Toronto with the Mars precinct, we see it in London. I can see a future in Sydney where Western Sydney is actually the exemplar for the nation. And this is what I think collaboration isn't strong enough moving forward. I think we need to move into a co-design world where we're actually solving problems, certainly in terms of, and Duncan mentioned this, certainly in terms of human capital and financial capital. We're going to need an equivalent amount of money at least from the private sector if we're going to get this thing up and running, genuinely up and running. We are well out of the vision stage now. We're building our first building next year. Duncan makes a good point about each of the precincts needing to play a role, but we, in government, we're going to need significant capital from the private sector, significant human capital for the private sector, and our job is to really get the environment for long-term, safe, knowable business conditions in place to enable that to happen.
That's great. Duncan, as someone that's sort of been involved and has invested earlier, I'd be interested in your perspectives on that, and what do we collectively need to do to attract more businesses in? I mean, you touched on it a little bit, but I'm thinking that global businesses, and we've talked about Paris and obviously that, you know, Singapore's not far away. We're building the city of the future, and I think that global brand is hugely important. Do you feel we've got that at this point? What could we and should we be doing better around that? And I might open that up to the others as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff raises all the right points around his examples in Paris. I think for us, and Jeff also around how he's recognising how great Western Sydney is, because let's not forget how great it is, how vibrant it is, how diverse it is. It is a powerhouse of Australia. And I think people do forget that. For our perspective, it's really about being integrated and immersing ourselves with the community from the beginning. And it's really understanding what does the community want from us. Because to Jeff's point, we have these great ideas. We're going to create these beautiful smart cities out in Western Sydney, but we've got to make sure that the people that are living there buy into that vision as well. And I think they do. So I think from our perspective, how are we going to make the Sydney Science Park successful and it'll be safe for the Bradfield City Centre and others, we have to focus on amenity, amenity, and amenity. Because we want people to come to the science park despite the science. And if we don't get the amenity component right, if we don't give it a heart and soul, we don't give it a vibrancy, we don't focus on the arts and culture, we don't create a place that offers diversity in accommodation, diversity in work types and activities, and also our diversity in lifestyles, because things are changing so quickly, then we're not going to have successful precincts. We're going to have all the great high-tech equipment and all the smart people, but it'll be soulless. And there's places like that around the world which we don't want. So the Paris example is beautiful because it's vibrant, it has its own soul, it has its own beat, it has its own life, and the rest will come. So I think if you get the amenity right, then the rest will be easier to do. I think a risk for us in some ways is that we don't keep up with the pace of how technology is changing. And COVID's amplified that. And even the CEO of Microsoft said in the first month of COVID, it accelerated technical adoption by 12 months. So people's perceptions and people's wants are changing now more dramatically than they have before. So we also got to make sure that we have that flexibility on what we design and what we roll out, because things are changing so quickly. So that's one of the risks, is that we don't actually keep pace with technology, because it's exponential. But yeah, our main focus is creating beautiful spaces, beautiful amenities, restaurants, bars, cafes, shops, but then also have all the high-tech facilities for those businesses to come in, so we can create the jobs. And that's what we want to do at the Science Park, is to create those jobs that we need. The target, I think, was 200,000, Jeff, and we have to get on with it right now.
I think it's a really critical point. The opportunity to do in Western Sydney something completely different compared to. Yeah, Paris is a nice city. You've got some nice areas around Paris, but you've got also areas that were built in the 70s, about 70s, that are only about business and nothing about life. Mm-hmm. And you've got very few trees, you've got no green space, you've got very few people living in this area. So I think, mixing not only the business part, but with the people part, which includes dwellings, which includes parks, which include gardens, places where people can exercise, etc., can really have a life, and not creating a place where people will go to work and come back to or go back to another place in Sydney to where they live, but really integrating this environment into a place where you've got business, you've got life, you've got nature, you've got transport, you've got basically everything. And I think that's really the massive opportunity of Western Sydney, to create something that doesn't exist anywhere else, because you would have created something from scratch where you've got all the components that you need to have to live a happy life.
And isn't that exciting? I mean,
it's wonderful.
Yeah, talked about the water aspects and
it's
the
wonderful.
mountains and
Yeah. Can I just talk about education? Yep. Because none of this will happen without education. Of the top 100 secondary schools in Sydney, 99 of them are based in Eastern Sydney at the moment. Now, that's not funny. We've got 6 universities in Sydney at the moment. 5 of them have their main campuses east of Parramatta. That's not funny. This is why Bradfield is so significant as the nucleus, the nucleus of this whole exercise, so that people like Duncan and others can grow out of this. The New Alliance and the 5 universities that are now coming into Bradfield, the CSIRO HQ for New South Wales will be in Bradfield. We've got 28 businesses that we're currently speaking to come into Bradfield. This isn't the panacea. It can only ever achieve maybe 10 to 20% of our 200,000 jobs. But without that nucleus, you don't get the rest. And that's the role of the government, is really to make that happen. So education, without a new education training model that focuses on technical training, not just university training, it's not going to happen. If we want to be the advanced manufacturing superpower of the Indo-Pacific region, these are the market failure areas that the government has to focus on. We're well down the path of achieving that. Now it's time to co-design with our colleagues.
One thing I also add, Helen, which is important when we're building these new cities, and also to Jeff's point, we've got to make sure that we have equitability of access to education and also to healthcare. And that is also needs to be a priority when we start to build up these new cities, is that sometimes it can be a bit daunting for some people to come into a smart innovation zone. So we've got to make sure that we also address that equitability, and in particular in education, because of the disparity that Jeff talked about. And Sydney Science Park also sees that as a major opportunity where we integrate industry with school kids from a young age, so that they can be inspired to be something better than possibly their moms or their grandparents were, and so on. So that's also a big focus for us.
And I think the region is obviously home to a lot of migrants, first generation Australians. I think there's great positive aspects to that. We're also home to the largest Indigenous urban population, I think, in the country. So again, it's how do we make sure that everyone benefits from what we're talking about. And I think, it's great to talk about advanced technologies, manufacturing, but we mustn't forget about, a lot of the other people that live in the region, that we don't want them to still get on trains and have to go into the city every day. So
we don't, but we don't want Western Sydney to be the provider of the cleaners and the car mechanics for Eastern Sydney.
Agreed.
So we have to have the full complement. Can I just talk about First Nations people for a minute? The largest private landowner in Western Sydney is the Darubbin Aboriginal Land Council. They own more land than any other single landowner. It's about time that we started responding to and showing how the First Nations culture, the Wainemata people, the North-South Creek systems, it's about time that we showed that every day in the design of our city. And I know I've spoken to Celestino and most of the large landowners and to Sydney Water about doing this. So let's get on with it.
Really important.
Yeah, doing it in a respectful way. The South Creek is a major piece of green infrastructure, if I can call it this way, and we need to respect it. But Sydney, Western Sydney is another opportunity to do something different in terms of our dealings with Aboriginal people. And because they are the traditional custodians, they are the traditional owner. And I can talk about one of the large projects that we have in Western Sydney, which is an advanced water recycling centre in Upper South Creek, where we have actually engaged with the local Aboriginal people in terms of development of the sites and development of the infrastructure that we are building. So it's not, it's not only putting a nice Aboriginal painting on the wall, it's really integrating the local people into the development of what we're doing. And that makes a very, very big difference in the way we do things. But that also bring a lot of traditional knowledge into what we're doing, which is absolutely fantastic.
That's great. We've talked a little bit about some of the challenges around the heat island effect, and we talked about the need for water and some innovative ways that we're looking at recycling and the circular economy within Western Sydney. So I wouldn't mind sort of your perspectives on what else needs to happen around that, because I think we've all been there. We've been walking down the street in Parramatta and it's roasting. So how do we make sure that we really mitigate that? And I know we've got green canopies, etc. But maybe Jeff, if I could, from the vision perspective, maybe first, and then more from a practical perspective.
I think this is one of the areas we most need help from the private sector, to be honest. I think green canopy is ground zero of what we have to do. We're going to need per capita, I think, Rock, about double the amount of water in Western Sydney per population as what we do in the eastern city, simply to support canopy and the sort of what Duncan talked about, the sort of urban amenity. But we're going to need much more than that. We're going to need apps for asthma and for lifestyle-based diseases. And, I think about companies like NEC and companies like Celestino. I think this is an area. I think the vision for the state government on net zero, I think, is quite impressive, and the last couple of weeks is an example of that. But I think this is where we really need the smarts from the private sector to help us catapult to do kind of 5 years' work in 1 month or 20 years' work in 2 years. I think that's where we're going to need help.
If I talk about the circular economy, and obviously we've got the water with the work that we're doing with Sydney Water, which is also extremely innovative. That's also going to set us apart, and it'll be a great pilot and then an opportunity to scale that across the other developments. But the circular economy one is very important. We are lagging behind the rest of the world by miles. You can look at the European Union, you can look at London, you can look at Paris, you can look at the Netherlands. They are really mandating targets in terms of the circular economy adaptation and adoption. When you look at us locally from a property development perspective, a while back the United Nations and also I think it was the World Resources Institute, they determined that about 40% of all waste by volume is from the construction sector. And roughly, numbers might have changed now, about 30% of all emissions are from the construction sector. And what this needs is a change in mindset. We're building buildings just to build them, and we don't think about the cradle to grave. We need to start looking at new business models that when we design buildings, we're designing it that it's going to be reused at the end of its life. Not we just build it and then we're going to tear it down and put it into a waste tip. What we'll also need is the tenants of the office buildings to also say to us, we want circular economy value proposition in the buildings that we are going to be renting. Because if I don't like this carpet anymore, I'm going to trade it with my neighbour down the road and he's going to give me his wooden carpets and things like that. So I think there's amazing opportunities that we can start to really change the dial on all those important issues about waste and reuse. But we also need, again, back to regulations and standards. We need support, obviously, from the government to give us the mandates for industries to start to change their mindset. There's also financial benefit from circular economy, so it doesn't need to be the stick, but there's also lots of savings that we can do. So we're super excited about that circular economy opportunity, and that's one that we're going to be focusing on very, very hard, because in a greenfield site, let's design these buildings to be reused. And that's what we're trying to look at. We're trying to look at smart ways of using concrete, because concrete has most of the emissions in as well. So these are all the kind of things that we have to start to look at. One thing we also have to be mindful of, though, when we start to adopt new technologies is there are existing technologies today that need to be phased out. So if you bought a car today that was an electric vehicle, you might have it for 10 or 15 years. So would we be able to sell a house to someone by saying, sorry, you can't actually drive to your house because it's not electric or it's not autonomous. You've got to drive 5Ks and then get the autonomous bus to your car. It may not be that easy to sell that house. We're not saying we don't want to aim big and aim high, but I think there's also part of working with companies like NEC and others is how do we get that transition happening in a smart way so that in 10, 15 years' time, we've migrated the laggards, but we're always going to start with bold ambitions and work with the private sector, the technology companies to help us deliver on our circular economy, sustainability and environmental commitments. We have to do more and we have to start it and be an example, like Jeff said, for the Indo-Pacific region of smart, sustainable construction. And it's happening here at the heart of in Western Sydney. And let's be a global lighthouse for all things advanced manufacturing, health, education and sustainable construction.
Fantastic.
I think Jeff said that it's an opportunity to leapfrog, and that's exactly what it is. So if you think about the possibility to design a place that is completely different, that's Western Sydney. You were talking about heat. We've demonstrated that if we create a place where we reuse stormwater, and instead of having stormwater running off the streets and into canals and into rivers, we can actually keep the stormwater in place and use it underground to water trees. And the same with recycled water. So there's a lot actually that can be done to cool down the city, but actually to create this environment where circular economy exists, because creation is one thing, but we want it to be sustainable and we want it to last. So I was talking about the Upper South Creek Advanced Water Recycling Centre. This is not only a recycling centre for water, this is also a place where actually we are completely exploiting the nexus between water and energy, but also the nexus between water and waste. Because actually, when you start thinking a bit broader, then there's a lot more that you can do in terms of circular economy and making sure that we're creating a place that is sustainable. And that's what's happening exactly at the moment.
It's fantastic. It's really great. We've got time for one wrap-up question. So I thought I'd ask each of you in turn. Obviously, we've got a significant audience which is not just Sydney-based. And we've talked about a lot of things. You know, it's really exciting. It's the vision is phenomenal. But you know, from each of your perspectives, what are the one thing that you'd want someone to go away with, on a business perspective, from anywhere in the country, anywhere in the globe, that would make them think, I really want to be part of this journey? So maybe Rock, we'll start with you.
Well, I would take, you know, the challenge of the future for any business is people, attracting the right people. And to attract the right people, you need to create a place where people will be willing to live, learn and work and play and spend their life. And that's the opportunity for Western Sydney, creating this place so that we attract the talents and businesses will be interested to come and settle in Western Sydney.
Fantastic.
What I would say to our international audience is that whilst we have a relatively small national population, Western Sydney pumps way above its weight. It is much more significant than a derivative of its national population in terms of international business. It's safe, it's cyber secure, safe. It's got more money being spent on it at the moment than most other cities and precincts in the world, certainly compared to a number of Indo and Asia Pacific precincts. The Japanese community have been with us right from word go. I can't thank the Japanese community enough. There's never been a closer relationship between Australia and Japan than what we see at the moment. We're open for business. We're not just open for business in terms of government land, but all of our major landowners and precinct developers around us. Let's bring it on. I think one of your next speakers is Amy Brown, the CEO of Investment New South Wales. Her job is to leverage that inbound and overseas investment. So bring it on. We're open for business.
From our perspective, obviously we're a private sector business and we couldn't be more excited and more confident about Western Sydney around that aerotropolis. So confident, in fact, that we're already investing tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure when we don't even have a building built yet with the Sydney water recycling plant and things like that. So my feedback would be, or my encouragement would be, there's confidence from the private sector, there's investment happening here, but we need smart technological companies like NEC and other Japanese companies to come help us on that journey. But the time is now, the private sector is buoyed, and this is an opportunity too good to miss.
It's fantastic. I'd really like to thank each of you for your time and your amazing insights. So Rock, Jeff and Duncan, thank you, and you know, good luck. It's great vision, and I know stuff's happening, and it will be an amazing place to live, work and play.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thanks to the whole panel, to Jeff, Rock and Duncan, and of course to Helen for so wonderfully moderating it. I think there was some amazing takeouts, even just at the end there, hearing the same takeout that Gabby had in our first session around people. A lot of this is all about great talent and people, but you know, the greenfields possibilities are quite incredible in terms of what is possible with technology and sustainability. We heard a lot about that in there, and I just loved hearing the excitement and passion for this new city. I think it's going to be a world-leading city right here in Sydney. Now, NEC's Immersion is off to a great start already. So far, obviously, we've already had Gabby Leibovich on the art of digital disruption with his catch of the decade conversation. We've had futurologist Rocky Scopelliti, who led us through how best to adapt in a world of accelerating change. And we discovered what to expect in the game-changing cities of tomorrow right here in Sydney, Australia. And still to come, changing the game, the impact of strategy, data, science and technology in sport, featuring Nick Popovich, the previous high-performance manager at Melbourne United, last year's NBL premiers, Kevin Sheedy, AFL legend, and Michael Checker, international rugby coach. And of course, that will be moderated by Channel 7 sports presenter Michelle Bishop. Wow, so many things to get our head around in what the future of customer and citizen-centred design can and will look like. And to help us understand the possibilities, here we have Mike Murdoch, the Chair of NEC Australia, Charles Weiser, the Head of Customer Experience at Optus, and of course Amy Brown, the CEO of Investment New South Wales. And I'm your moderator, Andrew Billy Baxter. I want to just start with trust and personalisation, because a lot of research out there now talks about those two things being the number 1 and 2 drivers of customer experience. And if we're talking about customer centricity and citizen centricity here. So I might want to start with you, Charles. Just COVID was a tough time for everybody, and the trust piece is enormous. We talked about that with Rocky earlier. Just how did Optus win trust in these last 18 months?
Well, you're absolutely right. Forget Bitcoin. Trust is the currency of the day. And it was an unprecedented time for our customers and for all of us in society. And Optus was at the center of this to keep our customers connected. And keeping connected has built up that trust over a period of time. One of the things that we actually did was use and deploy our AI and ML into our bot to make sure we could actually curate and understand what our customers' needs were at the time of intense pressure and intense stress for our customers. At one point, our bot was in front of about 100% of our customer interactions because our call centers were closed. But what we were able to do is keep customers connected, and what we're then able to do is create the dialogue and keep the dialogue going, so we had lasting customer relationships. Proof point of that was our NPS, our Net Promoter Score, actually went up over this period of time because customers saw that we were keeping them connected, that we were keeping the dialogue open, and that they trusted us to keep them online and keep their digital lives going.
That's very good. One thing just you touched on then about bots and call centres, because I know there's been a lot of debate in that area about, because I would say a lot of our younger and consumers love the bots. A lot of our older consumers still like to talk to someone. That must be a challenge as well as you work through that.
It is. Interesting fact though, when we use bot and humans together, the Net Promoter Score actually goes up as opposed to doing them separately. And part of the feedback from our customers has been, you're listening to me, and when I need you, you adapt to what I need at that time.
Yeah, it's very good. Anything else on trust from you, Mike? Anything you've picked up through these COVID times?
Look, I think you're absolutely right. It is essential to any business and also any service that you're going to provide. I mean, the digital age, I think as we've heard today, brings enormous capacity to improve services for the community. But it only works if people have confidence in the systems and the services. And we've seen that through COVID, as you said there. People were inundated with different information. Who do they trust? And so the technology also, to get people to be confident, and I think Rocky gave an excellent presentation a little bit earlier about the take-up of technology, which has happened through COVID, but to keep people confident and utilising that technology and then maximising the benefit of it, they've got to have confidence in who's controlling, who's designing the service for them, and who controls the data that sits behind that service going forward. Yep. And that really is all about brand reputation, and that's so important.
Anything you wanted to add, Amy, around trust?
Well, I thought I might just talk a bit about government and trust, particularly in the context of COVID. So one thing I just wanted to kind of put out there for everybody to think about, imagine if 3 years ago, government had said to you, we're going to make you scan a QR code at the entrance to every place you go into so we can see where you've been. We live in slightly interesting times, and I think what was really fascinating in that context is the need in terms of keeping our citizens safe, but also giving us the most pragmatic amount of freedoms we could have in terms of where we could go, what we could do if we were a business, whether or not we could even open. That need kind of outweighed the associated discomfort with kind of being tracked and traced to the level that we were. And interestingly, during that time when citizen surveillance was right up and civil liberties were kind of down, voluntary citizen engagement with government also escalated. So now 6.1 million customers have a Service New South Wales account. That tripled during COVID. It's more than 3/4 of the population. 70% of our transactions are online. And during 2021, almost 3.5 million customers per month were using the nsw.gov.au website to get information about COVID. So, there was that engagement. And no matter what survey you look to, trust in government went right up. So, under one particular survey, the Elderman Trust Barometer, 17 percentage points was the increase in trust in government. But one thing I wanted to say very clearly, trust isn't a blank check. So where that perceived need is no longer there, for example, once we start getting toward 95% vaccination rates, I think compliance, as it did in between the two outbreaks, will start to tail off. So if we are going to monitor citizens and use their data, we have to be very clear as to what the need is, what the return on that kind of use of data is. And indeed, probably most importantly, the citizens need to be able to kind of say how they want to control how we use their data and what they're comfortable with it being used for.
And just on that, how will you capture like the customer feedback? Because the app in particular iterated itself many times throughout the pandemic. How were you capturing that sort of feedback, and how did you put that into use?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Our Department of Customer Service was obviously monitoring a lot real time in terms of, you know, not only the Service New South Wales data, but also things like Opal card usage. You know, there are all sorts of really useful data sets that we were getting to help us manage COVID. But one thing we were doing quite a lot of is extensive customer surveys. And maybe it's because people were in lockdown at home and didn't have that much else to do, but the response rate was through the roof. So we were able to monitor, firstly, what sort of restrictions or ways of managing COVID just weren't quite getting through or weren't quite working, and people were very good at self-reporting on their kind of compliance with the arrangements, and then just getting that kind of, you know, trusting government, are we doing a good job, how can we be doing things better, including, you know, how do we improve our digital presence and our digital customer service. We were getting that feedback a lot, and, you know, Minister Dominello as the Minister for Customer and Digital was very swift on acting on it. I think many of you will notice, so we did pretty well.
He was quite prolific on LinkedIn, highlighting some advances in the app along
Oh
the way.
yeah, daily.
You also touched on data then, and it's a big part about trust. And maybe I'll go to you, Charles. But
yes.
You know, you're capturing. I mean, all organisations here, you're capturing so much customer data, and to do that well, so that you can get insight, but to also do it safely is important.
Yes. I'd love to build on the point around trust and what we're doing with customers' data. What we found during the height of the pandemic was customers' trust through NPS was going up, but they were also saying, what are you doing to help our fellow citizens? And we have a program called Donate Your Data, whereas if you have extra data, you can donate that to underprivileged children in different charities. That has gone through the roof as well, because what our customers were saying was, yes, we understand what you're doing for us, but to continue to act for us, you need to have social license, and you have license to use my data in a way that I see fit. And that Donate Your Data has just been a fabulous success. And when it comes to improving our services, when you're talking to us either through the bot or through a human, we are taking those transcripts and looking at ways we can find insights to better serve you. So there's different what they call intents, and the intents are around, it could be anything from how big is my bill, when is my bill, how do I pay my bill, and it's almost infinite. And what we want to do is anticipate needs so that when you're calling or talking to us digitally, you don't have to repeat yourself. We can anticipate and be ahead of your needs.
And Mike, just in this whole, maybe around that digital and data safety aspect, because I'm sure it's coming up with many of the clients of NEC. What are you seeing there?
Look, I think people have really seen the benefit, and I think we've discussed through today. What COVID has done, like most crises, has accelerated change, and the take-up of technology by the community has been enormous. And the way in which, you know, here in New South Wales, but right across the country, government and the private sector have lifted the product has been phenomenal. But sitting behind it, the only way you'll maintain that momentum is going to be trust, and is brand trust. And so it's going to continuously, having that feedback loop, which says we're listening, we're learning. If the app didn't work for you, tell us, because we'll redesign it. And we've seen that through a number of government services across the country where the information just wasn't right, it wasn't timely, or it just didn't work for people. And governments have gone back and done that. And the private sector's done that as well. And that's been really important. Coming back to the issue of data then, this will be the issue of, as we all know, data, as we've discussed today, is really what is going to drive so much of our social interaction and our economic development going forward. But people have got to be prepared to allow firms and government to utilise that data in innovative ways, and then they've got to see some benefit coming back for them. A, that they're being protected, not just as consumers but as citizens, that they're being respected, and also that their data is giving them something back as a benefit. And we've seen that in the recent work that the Productivity Commission did a few years ago around who owns the data and personal rights of data ownerships and protections. That is so important. And the other thing that I think has become clear over the last couple of years' experience is how important brand value is. And the very fact that trust in a brand is so important. That people do want to see that they're operating with brands that actually have a social conscience, that actually protect them and actually have their interests at heart. Then I think that's going to be a key part of, particularly for technology firms going forward, as we start to innovate even further into what we can do with service provision.
Yeah, and look, and we see when brands do have major trust issues, you know, market caps drop hugely overnight, and they often take years to get back. So it's so important. The other part around data is personalisation. It enables so much around personalisation, and in a way now we've got everything from, you know, facial recognition to the data we're collecting. You know, you mentioned machine learning before, AI. I mean, and it is, you know, one of the number one drivers, as I said earlier, of you know, of great customer experience is personalisation. And we don't tend to compare a category anymore. We compare what our best, you know, data-driven customer experience might be. So, just maybe Charles, personalisation. You know, tell us about the sort of things you're looking at now and into the future.
Well, interestingly, if you were to look at the profile of Prince Charles and Ozzy Osbourne, you would think they're exactly the same people. Same socioeconomic class, same number of children, married for the same length of time, actually live in the same postcode generally in London. Completely different individuals. And so that leads me into what we're doing is looking at what we call Customer 360, having a market segment of one, which we can do now. And that market segment of one looks at the behaviors, the services, the overall interactions that you have with us. And we actually are tailoring our communications, our product offerings. We just talked earlier about services on an inbound basis and trying to anticipate what your needs are. So we're not going to be sending a certain demographic our Game Path products, but equally our Game Path aren't going to be getting our family products. So we want to be Australia's most loved everyday brand with lasting customer relationships. And the key is that lasting customer relationship, that we move and we evolve with our customers, but we know them as opposed to having a blanket offering.
What are you seeing in that personalisation side?
Yeah, I think one of the things for me around personalisation is that kind of single, seamless experience with government. So we actually learned a hard lesson during bushfires where, you know, people in our coastal towns, you know, had their houses burnt down and their, you know, livestock obliterated and so on. And they stood by the side of the road with absolutely nothing and looked up, and there were 9 government departments standing in front of them asking them questions, and what, you know, federal and state, wanting things from them. And we kind of saw the frustration and hurt and upset that caused, and Service New South Wales started to step in to kind of be the navigator or the broker or the facilitator. And so we learnt that lesson so that by the time we got to COVID, we were very much able to get kind of the 9 clusters of government, or departments for want of a better word, together to form one kind of nsw.gov.au/COVID-19, so that it was one place to go, and that could be kind of managed seamlessly in terms of information and help and support and assistance and mental health and everything that could be provided. With the aim was to do that in one place. And it's interesting because if you think of banks 20 years ago, when you had to go to a different part of the bank, if you had a car loan versus a mortgage versus a savings account, it was quite a long time ago that actually switched to being one person who helped you navigate through that. Government's really only got there in the last 5 minutes. So, you know, we've come a long way with Service New South Wales, but how can we leverage this kind of, as we've been talking about, trust and data and digital interaction with our customers to take that to the next level? And to say dealing with government departments is complexity and it's a minefield, and it almost puts people off doing the things they should do, such as planning for end of life. You know, people don't want to sit there and work through, okay, what will happen with my super and my guardianship and my wills and my pensions and my so on and so forth, because it's so stressful. Whereas if we make something like that easier, then people will do it, so that when that, you know, fateful day does occur, you know, you're leaving something for people, you know, that are left behind that's not a stressful mess. So we're getting there. We're working on it on a bunch of different areas of customer interaction, a lot of it through customer journey mapping to say, oh, where are these pain points? Where is the craziness? And start to smooth it all out for people.
And Mike, what are you seeing? What are the trends you're seeing in personalisation? I mean, you know, a lot happening in the B2B side as well.
There is, and for the same reason that if you're going to have an effective relationship with long-term customers, you do have to be able to tailor your product, and you've got to understand what their needs are, and you've got to continuously be coming back to your customer and saying, we can actually improve for you. We've identified some areas, looking at your systems, we can identify some areas where we think we can give you a better product, and you've got to be continuously doing that. And certainly at NEC, which is a company that's been around for over 120 years, the reason NEC keeps reinventing itself, because you couldn't be doing what we were doing 5 years ago in this country if we hadn't reinvented ourselves as a digital company. And so you've got to keep coming back to customers and the community saying, well, actually, we've had a look at what the future looks like, and this is what we can offer you. And the other thing I think that's important also is that we're not locking in the problems of the past. Just as government has started to understand taking a service and customer approach, business also, we need to be saying, we're just not going to offer you the same product, we're going to give you a better product. And that's good for us as a business because our margins get better, but at the same time we get customers who come with us and help us invest in the research and development for the next generation, which makes both of our businesses viable.
I mean, NEC is a great global brand, and we all usually look to either other global corporates or other global government areas for inspiration, and we're seeing so much happening. And maybe, Amy, I'll ask with you. I mean, Services New South Wales has done a great job, I think, staying ahead of the curve, but you can't rest on your laurels in anything we do. What are you seeing coming up? You know, how's government investing in the future of this citizen customer experience? What's next?
That's a very good question. I don't know the answer exactly to what's next, but what I will say is I think the future must be something where the public sector and the private sector work even more together. So, and you know, that's kind of where the magic happens. So I'll give an example of something that's kind of coming up that will make a lot of sense to citizens in terms of how they live their lives. And that's things like what's called mobility as a service. So mobility as a service is saying, you know, I, Amy Brown, want to get from my house to my work, but I want to go via, you know, Alexandria and drop my kids at school. And I want to be able to kind of use whatever's available in terms of government working with, you know, apps and the private sector to say, it doesn't matter whether parts of that journey are kind of public sector provided and parts of that journey are private modes of transport. We need to be able to, I need information on the best way to do that from a timetabling and a capacity and even a carbon footprint perspective so that I can plan my lives. So whether it's train, bus, ferry, Uber, active transport, or any of smart parking, any of the above, people don't have public service moments, then private service moments, all in separate kind of categories. So you can be sitting on you know, public transport on your phone, planning your night out, and all of that involves a mix of public service provision and private service provision. So that kind of convergence of the public and the private, I think, is going to become more and more apparent because our lives are getting more and more kind of converged and less compartmentalised in terms of how we live it. So I think us partnering more with the private sector to get rid of any false silos around who's providing what to when, who, when and how, why, that's the world that we need to move into to create a great citizen experience.
And Charles, are you seeing that same, or you haven't got that same thoughts behind what you're doing?
I think that's spot on, and that convergence is going to be driven by the technology, network technology like 5G. And it has to have zero latency. You have to be the fastest, as Optus is, having rolled out at least 1,500 sites. And the overarching aspect here is, you're quite right, customers are living their lives. They don't see the boundaries anyway. They don't want the boundaries. They want their Opal card to work wherever they need to be. They want their network to be available for their gaming, for their transactions, for their digital lifestyles. And all of that has to come through a super fast, latency-free network like 5G.
And Mike, I know you've got some strong thoughts on this too, around that whole combination of government and private sector and enabling this.
Yeah, look, and I think what we've seen over the last 2 years is in Australia, we are a community. people describe us as an economy or whatever, or a different bunch of people, but ultimately we came together as a community and we worked through a tough period. People want to be in a community, and I think the important part is, as we go forward, it's that both government and the private sector using technology are also addressing the right problem. I think one of the things we've got right through COVID is we handle the right problems. And I think going forward, that's going to be really important, because like every crisis, it accelerates change, as I said, but it also highlights some of the inequities in our society, and that's come through. So if we are going to become a community going forward, we've got to address connectivity for everyone in our community. And we saw that through homeschooling, where a lot of lower socioeconomic groups were disadvantaged. They didn't have home internet access to a standard which enabled that. Now, fortunately, education providers and teachers around the country stepped in and made that work. But as a community, we've got to deal with those inequities. There's no point in introducing great new technology into wealthy suburbs to enable them to get more mobile if the bulk of our community doesn't have mobility, or if work is so far away they can't get to it. So a bit like the conversation that was happening a little bit earlier, technology also has to help reshape. It's going to, we're going to see much more localised, people wanting local services. They're going to want to see different supply chains, and technology's got to be dealing with the right problem, whether it's environmental sustainability, which the previous panel talked about, right through to social justice. Technology's got to be seen to be dealing with the real problem if we're going to keep people's confidence going forward. And it's got to be something that delivers a service to everyone.
And just on that, we talked earlier with data about providing value, and we touched very briefly on the privacy concerns and the ethics around that. And I just want to unpack that a little bit, because on one hand, when we were flying overseas, we'd go through customs and you get the facial recognition, matches your passport, you skim on straight through. There's, fantastic. You can see what a brilliant use case. But then recently we've had Facebook announce that they're going to stop doing their facial recognition. So, and the rigour and the ethics around the privacy concerns, it's a fine balance about the value we're adding, which clearly it can, versus what some people's concerns about. So I'm just keen, keen to understand some of the frameworks that NEC is working through around that.
Well, I think the important thing is you have to have values. As you design the technology, you have to have right up front, and one of the things that I've found really impressive about NEC since I've joined them is they actually have not just a value statement, but right through the company there are clear documentation to assist people who are doing the analytics design, who are doing the engineering work, to understand that we're a values company. So we want to have the protections in place, that we avoid which is what's happened with some technology, where people have found that the technology is discriminatory against certain types. That's not been NEC's experience. In fact, our technology has proven not to have done that, because we right from the start set up a system that would make sure that we were treating people equitably and that everyone had fair access to the systems. So I think that's been really important. Get your values right, get your documentation right, and importantly, your design right, and then you'll win confidence, because then people can see that you're actually, as I said, come back to value proposition. People see a trusted brand that is actually working in the community's interests. That makes the difference.
What are you seeing, Charles, in that space?
I couldn't said it better myself. If we want to be a most loved brand, we actually have to have that trust at the very core of our relationships. So we put an enormous amount of rigor around data security, the ethics issue. We don't sign off on any product that goes to market unless it's tested with customers, that we have our information security, do rigorous testing. We have data governance, which has an extra layer of security to it. And we monitor in great detail any issues that might impact our customers at any point in time. But it's something that it is the core of our values. That's just who we are, and we want that trusted relationship to translate to our brand values.
And from a government point of view?
Yes, on a personal note, first, I found this fascinating in terms of over the last few years in Australia or even globally, there's been this kind of very contradictory or opposing forces where on one hand people seem, almost have little regard for their own privacy in terms of, Facebook and Insta and Twitter and whatever else is the latest craze in the digital platform space. But in another, the conversation and the informed debate over, privacy and and ethics of their information has actually gotten even sharper and even more intense. And I think COVID kind of accelerated both of those things. It won't surprise you to know that as government, we have some pretty strict rules around us in terms of how we can use data and how we can share it and for what purpose. There's the Privacy and Personal Information Act, there's the Health and Information Privacy Act, and that is basically a very kind of long form piece of legislation that basically says we can't ask for information we don't need, we can't use it for anything that we haven't got your permission to use it for. And in that context with government, it's very interesting. So we can't use someone's Opal card data to know where they were on a Saturday night for a different purpose. You know, so that kind of information sharing between departments isn't actually permissible under legislation. But one thing that I think was a fascinating moment for me that I think people missed a little bit is Minister Hazzard in COVID actually passed a public health order that said that government departments can share information about individuals if it's for the purposes of managing the pandemic. And that was quite a kind of moment in terms of the information sharing and ethics and privacy. And I don't think there was much commentary on it. Maybe, like I said at the beginning, because there was a particular need and we had to get it done, and, you know, public health orders do expire when the crisis is over. But it was that kind of interesting moment. And, you know, in the context of some of the more complex issue that government deals with in terms of, you know, looking after kids or education and health and mixing together all of those, a bit more information sharing between government departments would actually be useful in terms of best outcomes for the child. But, you know, we're not there yet, and we still try and find ways that we can, you know, look after these things without straying, you know, near any kind of lines that we shouldn't be crossing around information sharing and data. So COVID was a little bit of an anomaly there that I thought was an interesting, you know, quirk.
Do you think it's a bit polarising? I remember seeing a study in banking a few years ago that said that 73% of people were happy to give away their data as long as they got value given back, which is, I think, what we've all been saying. And then, so I've always wondered about the 27%. Are they always just going to say, I just never want my data shared? I jokingly have my younger brother still isn't on any of the social media. He's 52, and, you know, that's just, there's some people living that way. Do you think?
I have an insight on that from government's perspective. I mean, I often find the people who are least likely to want to engage with government are often the people who need us the most. So, you know, if you've just been given a new social housing tenancy and you're kind of there, you might not want everyone to know exactly where you are and what your status is and your employment history and, you know, whether or not you've taken your kids to their blue book appointments. Like, it all starts to get a little bit confronting for people who are actually, most of their interactions with government have been negative. So often in our case, it's actually that scenario, which is difficult because we need to make public policy decisions for all of New South Wales, but we're only collecting data from, let's just say, 75% of New South Wales. But it's often that 25% who need the most deliberate policy interventions. So how do we make really good collective decisions when we're not basing it on data from everyone? And that's something we're continually grappling with. But in the context of government, that hesitancy is usually at that kind of more complex or uncomfortable end of the spectrum.
Very interesting. I want to move on to back to this collaboration piece, because we talked about it in the last session with Western Sydney and what's happening out there, and the private sector and the government sector getting together. And I know it's certainly becoming more and more common, as you touched on earlier, in the space we're talking about here today. So maybe Amy first, or Charles. You know, what's happening at the moment? What are some of the things, the common goals you've all got in terms of getting your heads together and working as one?
Yeah, sure. I think one thing that I'm finding particularly important as we accelerate out of COVID that has a real public and private collaboration is precincts. I think, you know, Jeff Roberts probably mentioned it a little bit in the last session. But, you know, precincts are really, you know, very specific geographical areas that are kind of hubs of economic activity and jobs and amenity and public realm and, you know, community and interaction and all those good things. And from my perspective in Investment New South Wales, they're a big attractor of global investment, global talent, big corporates, etc. But we as government, we don't own most of the underlying land, and we don't have a lot of the capability in-house to kind of make a lot of it, you know, technologically cutting edge and so on. And so I think a lot of it for government is that enabling piece. You know, this would be in your realm, Charles, but the kind of digital plumbing, if you will, that gets everything ready so that, you know, the experts from the private sector can come in and install their piece of equipment or you know, connectivity or technology or what have you. And so if we're to realise the most benefit possible from these sort of precincts, to take an example, if government tried to do it by itself, it would be an epic failure. So a lot of that, as we accelerate out of COVID and as we want the best, you know, future of the economy possible, it has to be public sector and private sector, you know, hand in hand, or else, you know, we will really miss an opportunity.
I completely agree, and I'll build on the infrastructure aspect with talent. Attracting the talent in a digital age, which is scarce and in demand in an area that requires expertise in these inch-wide, mile-deep areas of IP. And working together with government or local areas or those departments of government which will attract the right IP, the right digital capabilities. You know, right now we're seeing a dearth, one because of borders, but the other because just the explosion in demand and being able to be a smart country, a smart employer is where we need to be. And I think we're all on the same page here because the great work that government's been doing with their app and the digital strategy is no different than what the private sector is looking to achieve. I think we've grown 2 years, 2 years of growth, which is replicated over 10 years.
Like, what are you seeing in this space?
Look, I think we have come a long way. Having spent a lot of my professional career in the public sector, I think Amy's absolutely right. We're starting to see the best come together as government shapes the regulatory regime, it shapes the fundamentals of the infrastructure that need to be in place in areas, particularly where the commercial market just wouldn't get the return. But also importantly, what we're starting to see is a coming together around things like skills and talent. What got us through COVID wasn't necessarily the best and brightest data engineers. What got us through COVID was people at the supermarkets who got logistics right. And getting those skill sets right, and I think Jeff Roberts made the great point a little bit earlier in the panel, getting those skills, getting digital skills right through our community is not just about the best and most talented graduates of our universities. It is about making sure that people like my elderly mum can actually use a tablet, because that makes such a difference to her life in terms of the services she gets. But when you're in your 90s, you're reluctant to move away from a landline no matter what people tell you. So you've got to bring people around that who can use the tablet to help her. That's where the difference comes. And skilling our community right through. As I said, you don't want to replicate the social and economic inequities of the past as we go into the fourth technological revolution. So that means you've got to create skills and opportunity right through every level of our community. And that's where I think the technology can also help. The thing that really strikes me is the brilliance of the medical community and how they've handled the COVID vaccines, and also the technology analysts who've been able to come together with things like the apps and the systems. But they've done it in a way that actually the community says, yep, that works for me. And that means you've also got to do a whole bunch of training and development right from early education, right through with the community around becoming technologically capable. And if they're not capable, then you bring some people along with the technology to help them. And I think your example of what you do on your webface, or the great work that, you know, what makes Services New South Wales so effective is not just the technology, it is the human interaction that happens when people walk into a customer service centre. That makes the difference for a whole bunch of people who would normally see the relationship with government as either antagonistic or at best of no help to them. So that makes a difference when you marry technology and people who can use the technology to help people.
Yeah, well, it wasn't so long ago you'd walk in and dread that experience.
Absolutely.
Now you've got someone greeting you. In fact, 2 people the other day when I went in there greeting you at the door. It's a great experience. Just, I want to touch on the people thing because, you know, a lot of our viewers out there, you know, we've heard about the phrases like the Great Resignation. We're all talking about attracting the best talent, you know, upskilling the best talent. Is this a short-term challenge we have, medium, long-term? Where do you guys all see this talent piece playing out?
I think sometimes we can focus too heavily on some specialist skill sets. What we've actually got to do is lift the capability of the whole community, and I think that's really important. As we've seen, what makes the difference in COVID? A whole bunch of people who work on the shop fronts or on the floor of logistics centres actually made the system work. That's where you really need to target talent development. It is right through all levels of the community, and when people feel that their talent is being utilised and they've got access to technology, the productivity goes up. And making sure people feel included in the technology going forward will be the big difference compared to some of the other technological revolutions we've seen that we discussed today, where there were elements of people who felt excluded, and therefore you get social disharmony and discord. That's what we've got to work through, and education and training is a key part of that.
Yeah. I agree. I think it has been a seismic shift on both sides, the technical capabilities and those that want to use them but aren't sure how to do so. And it's a really great point. We have to raise the boats for everybody to understand how to utilize the technology, what its advantages are. And to your point about the 20%, not everyone's going to be a technical genius, and that's okay. We need to serve everybody, whether it be private or public, and you can merge those two at the service center. And the same we're doing at Optus as well, which is you can come into the store and you can use the technology there and leave with a product or a service, not having to even use the app, even though customers love the app. So it really is both sides of the equation.
No, it is, and that important point, that's absolutely right. And if you don't have to, the individual doesn't have to do it, but if the system is allowing for it, and what's happening, you see in New South Wales and other jurisdictions now doing with some of the technology enables them to look at the traffic in a bus, how many people are on the bus or on a train carriage. Yeah. So if the carriage is becoming filled, someone in the control centre through the data analytics and artificial intelligence is putting on the next bus onto that route. So the customer doesn't see the difference. One bus goes past, it's full, but the next one comes up and it's got seats. That's happening. They don't have to do anything there, but the data analytics is happening through artificial intelligence and some of the quantum computing capabilities now coming. That makes a huge difference. So suddenly people are seeing a seamless service. They're not standing around waiting for a bus seat, and that's where the technology and the whole focus on customer service comes together.
I think one reflection I would have is I talk a lot with potential global investors about coming to set up in New South Wales, the best place in the world to do business, and probably the biggest thing that they raise. There are 5 issues that always come up, but one is skill shortage and talent pipeline, and so that's a really tough one. And we talk about how we can co-design programs with industry so that we can skill for the right exactly the jobs that they need. Skilled migration plays a big part here, and I think reopening borders and getting skilled and business migration into the state is going to be mission critical, even into things like hospitality. I've got friends who own a top restaurant in Paddington and they're waitressing themselves. So international students plays a big role there. But then the other thing is not everyone has to be reskilled into tech. So the sector with the biggest opportunity is actually aged care and disability, not just because of the ageing population, but also there's a lot of NDIS funding that's locked at the Commonwealth, but because people cannot find the carers to carry out the services, they actually can't use the funding that's available to them. So we have so much incentive to get some of this stuff right in New South Wales. And I think mentoring and, curating people into some of these careers is actually not that difficult. It's about making people, giving them the options that are available to them and helping them understand that their skills are actually transferable and they can do it and they can have a very fulfilling career in some of these areas.
That's a good point.
Before we get into the last area around the future of personalisation and data, I want to just touch on something. I mean, as Australians, we love, batting above the average. We love going to the Olympics and, being a small country who wins lots of gold medals. We love, that some of our sporting teams do the same thing. But can we lead in this space? Can we be world leaders in some areas of what we've been talking about today?
Look, not only can we are. That's the reality. If you look at one of our great advantages is we are a country that often talks about ourselves as a small player that punches above its weight. We're actually not. We're actually a big player in a whole range of areas. And, you only have to look at COVID, the wonderful recognition in the last week or so of the science community in Australia who led the world. How did that happen? We'd invested. We'd invested in infrastructure, we invested in the training, And we had a bunch of people who were prepared to take some risks around new ideas in research and development. So I think that's where we want to be, and we've got to stop talking about ourselves as a country that is a small player that sometimes punches above its weight every 4 years at the Olympics. Yeah. We're actually a global player that leads. And once you start to talk like that, and if you look around the country where communities talk about themselves as being achievers, funnily enough, people back winners. People will invest in communities that are winners and that talk about themselves as winners and show that they can lead. That's where investment follows. And I think, you only have to see Amy's experience in New South Wales, which has attracted record investment. There's a good reason that corporate Japan is very interested in New South Wales and other leading areas in Australia, because they are seen as communities that have drive and are winners, and that attracts investment and attracts people.
I mean, look no further than the university system here. It is one of the world's best, which is why we have a vibrant tech startup innovation community. And we fight far above our weight versus California, Massachusetts, London, or Paris. It's something that I think you're quite right. Perhaps it's a positioning of how we leverage that. But we're world class in many areas of technology.
Yeah, I think we're world leading in a few things based on, again, the conversations I've been having. One is I've been shocked at our research and development ecosystem and how much kind of praise and attention that gets from these global players. Talking to people about the potential in mRNA and RNA, development here in New South Wales. It's that like that kind of front-end R&D ecosystem and then into the kind of commercialisation that is particularly kind of compelling for people. We've then, of course, I would say Service New South Wales is one of the best kind of government systems in the world, but it really is. I mean, people contact us about wanting to kind of subcontract to us for us to build it for them. And then I think government is getting some of the policy settings right that's attracting some of this big stuff. So New South Wales in particular on net zero, our net zero plan, our renewable energy zones, our $3 billion in hydrogen, incentives to manufacture green hydrogen. This is actually these sort of setting the policy. It's almost like the foundation, and then the house can be built on top. So there are some areas where we really are kind of nudging out in front. And to Mike's point, it's not just like we're doing well for little old Australia. We're actually doing well globally.
Yeah, excellent. Just want to close the session out talking about the future and just a quick lap around the panel about what could personalisation led by data look like in the future? What will citizens expect? What will customers expect into the future? What new developments are we seeing?
I'll start. I think what we've seen over the last few years, which I think will accelerate, is we get the planning right. If you get the planning right, you can actually improve a whole range of outcomes for people. We don't have to fix crises as they occur. Use the technology, get the data collection and analytics right. You can get well ahead of issues, and I think that will make the big difference. And whether it's in transport or healthcare, getting well ahead of issues before the crisis hits, that will make the big difference, I think, to people's lives.
Great point. I think the future's in the data. We can anticipate the needs, the gaps, in some ways the emergent crises, because the patterns are there. It's a matter of lifting them up and validating them and mobilizing to address them.
I think for me, one of the things we're thinking about is for our citizens to have a great customer experience without even having to think. And so we keep joking that during COVID, people, have learnt that a night in is 2 clicks, Netflix and Uber Eats. So how do we make the going out economy, which is one of our kind of pillars, if you will, how do we make that just as convenient, where it literally is, Netflix and Uber Eats or out, and a couple of clicks later, your whole night's planned out for you, your phone's kind of guiding you where to go, and you're able to have one of those great kind of, spontaneous, fun, convenient, safe experiences. That type of thing is where I'm really hoping we'll get to, and it's the private-public collaboration is the only way we'll get there.
Well, thank you, the three of you, so much. It's been an incredible chat. I think the viewers would have got a lot out of it. So thank you, Amy. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Mike. We look forward to continuing this sort of conversation going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Changing the game of sport. The impact of strategy, data, science and technology. The game is quintessentially the same. Whether it's in a team, on the field or out there alone, on the court, in the water or in the air. on snow or dry land, how we approach the game changes every second. The impact of strategy, data, science and technology has helped progress sport beyond our imaginations. Physical and mental states working with technology in ways that help athletes perform at their best. Let's dive into the evolution of coaching athletes and teams through data, science and technology. What history has taught us and where the future will take us. Featuring Nick Popovic, former high performance manager, Melbourne United. Kevin Sheedy, AFL legend. Michael Chica, international rugby coach. And your host, Channel 7's Michelle Bishop.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Bishop, the Chief Rugby League reporter from Channel 7. It is an absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon. And look, sport, well, we can't live without it. Sport, it generates passion and tribalism like nothing else. Sport right across the world is always looking to gain some kind of advantage. Still very loyal, some sports, to, I guess, their traditions and pathways and heritages. But every sport right across the globe is always looking for that extra edge to be faster, bigger, stronger. And science, data and technology plays a huge role in that. Nowadays, there's also a huge emphasis on, I guess, minimising risks and the dangers in and around sport. We're going to dissect all of this afternoon with some of the experts in their fields. Let's welcome them in. First of all, Nick Popovic, the former high performance manager at Melbourne United, embarking on a new challenge shortly, but welcome.
Thank you.
And we've managed to lure an AFL legend out of the garden this afternoon in Kevin Sheedy, joining us, giving us his very valuable time. Welcome, Kevin. And it is some ungodly hour over in Paris, on the other side of the world, 2 a.m. And international coach Michael Cheika joins us. And also, Michael is the coaching director of our new favourite rugby union team in Tokyo, of course, the NEC Green Rockets. But we'll start off with you, Nick. Let's get right into this. Data science and technology is obviously key to everything you do. It's big when it comes to your decision making, in terms of you've got to have athletes performing at their most elite level, keeping them on the field or on the court as often as possible. Leveraging that data, that technology and science, do you see that as the way forward in sport?
Absolutely, absolutely. You mentioned before that data is such a huge part of what we do. I really believe that the human side needs to be focused on as well. We have all these fantastic new technologies coming through that gives us so much information, and we do live in a risk-adverse society, let alone sport itself. So you want to make sure that what you're asking your athletes to do is safe and you progress forward from there, and you need to have that information. As we know, knowledge is power, or information is power, so the more that we can have about that particular cohort of people, the better we are at making decisions. Now, decisions need to be made not so much driven by data, in my opinion. It should be guided by data. So you have to have a look at the human element, the person, the trust that we have in between ourselves as coaches, as performance managers, and with the athlete themselves. And I think moving forward with all the wonderful technology that's coming out and is being used currently, you have to balance that out. You've got to balance that out and make sure that you know the person that you're dealing with, the athlete, what works for them, what doesn't. I mean, if they look at a piece of data and you're bringing and presenting something to them, if there's no trust or relationship there, it's going to be a challenge for you.
And also, I guess you're saying that there has to be room for that gut instinct from a coach or from someone in your position, and the naked eye. It all still plays a pretty pivotal role.
Absolutely. Coaching science, the feel. I'm sure these two gentlemen will speak more on that area, but I've been fortunate enough to have the best of both worlds, where technology existed when I started my career, and as it's progressed, it's been flooded now with so many bits and pieces out there. So I think you have to have that gut feel, like you mentioned, and then balance that up and marry that up with the data that you're receiving.
Kevin, we might bring you in here. Can you elaborate on that? I guess talking about that gut feel and being a coach and having a feel for the game?
Well, yes. Look, going back, I mean, when you started coaching in the 70s, there's a fair bit of a lack of knowledge in those days, to be putting it mildly. compared to today, I mean, the games and all the sports around the world have been quite incredible. And I think, from my own personal point of view, it's been fantastic to get the data and the information to us coaches as we develop, because a lot of people don't realise that, you know, coaches have got to develop their own selves as their careers head down the garden path of a maybe 30, 40 year career. So all the information had come along to me, and it would come through people I employed. And they kept coming on to different realms of information that needed to be applied. I mean, AFL is the longest running, as in physically running, game in the world. And we were not recognising that at all in the 70s, 80s. We're more about physicality. We want to be as tough as rugby and as tough as rugby league and as skillful as soccer. And how do you measure all of that? And that was one of the difficult periods that people like myself, particularly when you're the first head coach, I never had anyone to go to, because all the other champion coaches, they all had jobs. So you had to go and source out your own information. And of course, through television, was one of the most powerful weapons we could source at the present time, because, you know, we never had computers at all in our sport when I started. And now they're everywhere, and there are probably more computers than people.
Michael, what about you? You've obviously coached right across the world in some very different environments.
Yeah, without a doubt, the advent of technology and the introduction at different times of technology. Sport is often the Trojan horse for technological outfits. They want to come there because it can popularise their own software and bring it into the forefront, into the shop window. I think something for me that I've always really tried to focus on is how I use the different types of technology as it's advanced. Often I'd say I'm only going to use the data or the technology that's provided to disprove a theory, as opposed to proving a strategy or a theory that I have, or to show me something that I want to research or innovate in, because it gives you a new sense of knowledge, a new sprinkling of knowledge you might want to investigate further. But sometimes we can use it as coaches to prove what we're trying to do, as opposed to, I think it's much more effective when you try to disprove your own theories. That's more strategically. Most of the technology that's come out so far has been around athletic analysis, and that is somewhere where it's becoming more and more certain. So the strategic side of things, a little bit different, still advancing. So how you integrate as a human, I suppose that's the challenge across the whole day's panels that you've been having. How do humans integrate with the technology that's being presented to us now? And for me, if I use a sort of rule of thumbs like I've been speaking about, it gives me a starting point, and then I can move around from there.
Well, we are talking about game changers, and there's been, you know, some really impressive innovations. I mean, you know, the humble GPS made such a difference. We've got, you know, sensor pads. In the NFL, they've stepped up the GPS now to be a radio chip, which they say is a little bit more accurate. What's been the game changer for you, Nick?
Well, in the sport that I've been working with most of my career in basketball, the GPS, internal measurement of the metrics of movement, of athletic performance. Initially, when GPS was brought out, it was only restricted to outdoor sports. So that, for me, was a huge move forward, in that you could have the coach's eye, as the gentleman have spoken about, and you can see what you're seeing, but you can also back that up. And like Michael mentioned, disproving something. Well, hang on, I feel that this athlete or this group of athletes have worked hard. Now I'm looking at the GPS. Is that the case or not? So from that point of view, I feel that in my sport that I've worked with, GPS has definitely been a game changer. Moving forward, companies such as Valve Performance, who provide quite a few areas of expertise in devices, the assessment of symmetries. So what I mean by that, you have a jumping sport. Assessing that athlete's capabilities when they jump, how they land, what symmetries are existent between left and right. And what we're trying to do is minimise the risk of injuries. So for example, you have an athlete jump, lands, and they're 30% leaning to one side, well, that could be a red flag for us to say, from a data point of view, if this is a consistent measurement, we really need to look at why there's such a difference. So I feel that those type of technologies have helped me in my role be able to make guided decisions to inform the coaching staff that this is what we have in these athletes. We need to sort of manage them in a certain way.
And I guess the pressure's on you to have those players out on the court or on the field for as long as possible. Kevin, take us back to 1992, and for you it was about being able to do something which we probably think is quite simple now, but it was a big game changer back then for you, and that's edit clips on planes, so you could give players a vision of what you were trying to achieve.
Well, in 1992, we ended up with an extremely young group at Essendon, and we were moving to a different ground. So we had so many different changes really coming into our club. We gutted our sports club. We had an 80-seat theaterette. We wanted to actually get into the movie side of it, so we wanted to look at the greatest sports people in the world and then try and move our mindset of our players into the edits of how young are these champions, and you are a young group coming through. Can we actually fast track them? And it might have been, just say, a player like Janalomu, a rugby player from New Zealand. It might have been some of the great basketballers and gridiron players in America, soccer players in Europe, even starting from a Pelé. And so when we gutted everything, we had an indoor running track. No club ever had that. We changed everything over. We just ripped out all the walls in the club rooms. We had all our computer analysis set up, so every player's game was edited. And of course, our whole medical staff was basically renewed in that whole area, because the medical side of it had to get so important, because our game was becoming more physical than ever. And the game was really taking its toll on our players. The GPSs, as Nick had mentioned, they were just an absolute godsend to particularly a game like AFL, which is a running game, and how much energy, how much was burned out. And coaches like me that come from the old school, and I had to change very quickly because I was brought up under a coach called Tom Hafey. And there was no measurement there other than gut feel, which is, when you look back, was probably foolish, but that's all we had. And so I started recruiting people from the AIS in the 90s. And we've got a wonderful person by the name of John Quinn, who was an AIS coach, still coaches the Olympians now. And he was one of the best moves that we'd ever made at our club. But those young players in that 92 that were coming through, it was the last year of what was an under-19 competition in the AFL. And in the end, we picked up 7 young, fantastic players that 12 months later won the premiership by 8 goals. And, we probably went from, 80-1 to win the premiership, and we won it by 8 goals because all our coaching staff were in tune. The most important thing that helped us that year was the measurement of our skill and our skill training. So we ramped that up, and what happened in the computer analysis was that we were looking at our turnovers per possessions, which is now like homework's done like that every day now, but we were really onto that, not just kick the ball, kick it to the favoured side of your teammate. No, you're 1 metre out. You're giving the opposition a chance to get it back off us instead of just long bombing it in, all those sorts of things. So our editing and our precision in making sure that not only do we train without burning ourselves out, because we're a young side, and speaking to a person like Bart Cummings, who's a horse trainer, he always kept saying to me, you train your players too hard, expecting them to win 9 months later. And you had to take that knowledge on board. So that's a gut feel from another sport, obviously, horse racing. But you've got to listen to the legends and champions of all the other sports. We got it right in that year, and these boys really made it, one of the most incredible stories in the Essendon Football Club history.
Kevin, we'll actually stay with you and we'll talk about recruitment, the enormous task of finding the best 250, I guess, prospects to draft in the AFL each year. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, so you're obviously relying on a lot of technology to achieve that. It's similar to the situation in that movie Moneyball, where the baseball coach obviously used stats like, you know, stolen bases and batting averages and all the rest of it to you know, put a side together of, I guess, undervalued players. Only ended up costing the side about $40 million in comparison to the Yankees spending $125 million. Tell us about how technology's helped in that space, recruiting the best stars from around the country.
Well, now, at that stage, we're only about 5 years into what we'll call the AFL draft. The AFL draft started in the very late 60s, basically 86, 87. Probably definitely caught the Victorian clubs out of whack. And of course, the quicker the clubs would learn about drafting, which meant you had to pick every 12th turn. These days you have a pick every 18th turn. But I think in the end, what we had to really do is get an enormous amount of network out there to find out how good these kids are. We live on the biggest island in the world, and we're looking for 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. So our sport entrusted into us that we're going to run with an American system without a collegiate 5-year development program of which the American pros recruit from. So they recruit 21 and 22-year-old players with fantastic physiques. We actually are getting them out of high school. And that's the biggest difference that we found. And we had to really get cameras out there as often as we could, looking at all the different leagues. And probably by us as a club, we would never play a practice game ever in Melbourne. We always went to the major regional areas and the major cities around Australia, which spread our club out there very early, but it created a wonderful network for recruiting and looking at the prospects. And the other thing about not only the measurements can't tell you this, but just that family upbringing and the character of the young player that we're looking at. What chance has he really got of running through the intense training that you have to at 18 years of age, which can be very, very difficult. I went over to Manchester United and had a good look at their system probably only a decade ago, and Sally Ferguson. They had something like 8 team and 3 coaches for 11-year-olds, then another ground and team of coaches for 12-year-olds. So they were building a factory to make sure they've got the best talent, not only to keep it at Manchester United, but to actually sell them off to the rest of the world. Now that's where sport was going at a great club like that. So AFL's not there yet because we don't have the population in and around England and Europe as what they do have over there, but that's how willing they were to go, and I found that as a major next step that we've got to look forward to in our club and our country.
Michael, the game changer for you, what have you found has really assisted you throughout your career so far?
Well, I think obviously it started off with the athletic pieces, you know, and the innovation that allowed us to control the training loads or push, as more than control, push to go forward, because obviously you're always looking after the roster and their productivity about what they can bring on game day, and that means having them on the field. So that would have been the start. If I can bring the viewers forward into the sort of now, I think it's more what's happening that is influencing strategy is the big data on statistics of games. What across a certain series of games, what are the factors that are most leading to victory for teams? Now, as big data is being scraped out of all these statistics, which is all that a lot of now coaches are getting access to, it's turning strategy into it can be almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, because teams will follow what's been, you know, what this team is winning, what's the causes are for this team winning, what are the big 5 statistics that are leading to victory, and they're pushing more in those areas, and so they do become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then there'll be some coaches that will strategically go against those, probably they're in the fewer number as well, to try to change the trend. So what's happening is its innovation is causing coaches to start to change their generic way of playing their game to try to adapt to what helps teams win. And I think this is only in its infancy now, and more coaches are going to be getting more access to this type of information. And this is, it's different because it's based on the technical and decision-making of players on field at a certain period of time, as opposed to the athletic preparation, which is a little bit easier to categorise or to segment and say, well, yeah, this sprint happened at this moment. This is tactical, and it's starting to influence the way coaches are playing the game.
I'll open this up to anybody, just in terms of the athletes that you guys are coaching or looking after. You know, are they all forward? Are they believing the data? Or are they open to, you know, believing what's sort of going on? Or do you come across many players that are sort of, I don't know, a little bit old-fashioned, if you like?
I'm happy to start that off. I go back to my initial point. I think that it's really the trust and the human side. Like both gentlemen mentioned, both from the recruitment point of view and what's termed in basketball the scouting side, where you're looking at the strategy of what works and what's helping you win games. When you're looking at the data, there are athletes that buy in, and there are athletes that kind of sort of say, okay, well, I'll go along with it because that's what the team culture is supporting. But I think it boils down to trust. And we're here, both as coaches, as performance managers, to help the athlete perform at their utmost best, be available every single opportunity they can to play the game, and do well. And so I think if the athlete knows that that's your main objective and your goal, well then hopefully, you know, you can help them understand the importance for the data.
Michael, how far, in your opinion, can we go in this space? I mean, the mind's boggling. I've got children, young boys in the rugby league elite pathways, and you know they don't just pick up their boots and their towel to go to football training anymore. They're, you know, consuming, their preparation starts orally. You know, with what they have before they go to training. How far are we going to see? What is coaching like for you? Do you see in the future?
Well, I think there's always going to be the two sort of dimensions where there will be those that are completely connected to technology, and it is a real fundamental part of their coaching technique. And I'd say that's probably going to be more and more of the younger coaches as they come through, and they're getting influenced by technology from the get-go, whereas some of the older brigade, a bit like myself, didn't have the technological influence initially and had to learn about adapting that into their coaching techniques. But I think that the limit, it's limitless, just like in society. There's going to be more and more technology advancement. And as AI starts to influence our analysis, so as opposed to having our analysts look at the game and cut us clips and give players you know, some small packages of where they're looking to improve, this will quickly become automated. And once that automation starts to occur, it's going to create a real explosion in the strategic side of the development of the game. Because right now, it's still, from a strategic point of view, it's still a little bit at a distance because we're still physically having to watch the games, etc. I do think also there'll be, at the younger age group, a bit of a retro feel, because what's happened is, with the different technologies around, both that committed to sport and also in all other areas, young kids are watching less footy. So a lot of the learning we get is from, like Kevin was talking about before, was from video and watching the game and learning the game from just watching it on TV. It's amazing how many of the skills you pick up. My kid, he can kick a goal from, you know, nearly the sideline. He's 11, and I certainly couldn't kick a ball, so I didn't teach him. So he's learnt it from somewhere, and he's learnt it from watching it on TV, watching the great kickers and just imitating. And I think that there'll be, with virtual reality and all of those things, I think there'll be a bit of that reintegration so that we're learning off the field the same way that we could learn on the field, but without the load.
Kevin, what about you? You actually quite admire the fact that from obviously early on you've been open and to embrace technology. Do you obviously sit there at night and think, wow, what is it going to be like in the future?
Well, I know what I would be doing right now. I'd have my own drone and I'll be sitting over all the other clubs watching their training. And I definitely have a drone over the matches at the 3 teams that we're playing ahead. But don't tell anybody, because this is NEC sport. But I know that it will be a definite winner, particularly when you can't get through the traffic and send out people, because everybody's agreed not to watch have no one at training, but I never said you can't have a drone at training, okay? So that'll be one thing I will be doing if I was coaching today, but at the moment I'm not there. I'm on the Essendon board and I'm trying to behave myself and be a good boy. But the other point I think in the end is that I trained over in India 250 young kids a couple of years ago, and a lot of them could not speak to each other because they're from different dialects. And I asked them, who coaches you? Because these kids could play. This is in India, in Calcutta. The AFL and Essendon sent me over there just to have a look. And they were quite actually, well, they were very good. And I said to them, how do you learn about AFL if you don't have a coach in India? Because these kids come by train from all over India, which is an amazing effort. And they just showed me on their phone, YouTube. And I just could not believe that. That was just incredible. So I thought, mate, you just got to keep learning about it. Any way, any shape. The kids will teach you as well as what we could actually do, what we're not doing. And I think that's the future. And gee, don't tell anybody about my pet drone, because I'm going to do it one day.
Well, I think after this program, we're all going to go and buy shares in a drone company. But bringing me to my next point, which is ethical considerations when it comes to combining sport and technology. Let's go, gentlemen. We'll start with you, Nick.
It's an interesting topic. Obviously, it's very important, and you need permission from athletes to use the data that you've collected. I feel that that's a cultural thing as well within the confines of the sport and the club that you're part of, and what is accepted. But again, in this day and age, everything needs to be ticked off, so you've got to do it the right way. And I feel that that can have some negatives towards it. If you're trying to keep the data in-house and you're sharing that information, I feel that that's acceptable. But again, each person has the right to their own information, so you've got to do it the right way.
Michael, ethical considerations. It's a big one.
Yeah, they're very important, and they're considered very differently in different parts of the world according to, I suppose, the way culturally we've been brought up in our sports. So in Australia, and if I was talking about in the UK or Ireland where I've coached, or in France, and in our sport, the use of the let's say the GPS data and using that across our teams, we're not even really asking permission for that. It's just a given that we're able to access this and use it internally. It's not really used externally, but it's openly available. Now, I'm not an expert in this area, but from what I know, American athletes are very different. That the GPS data they don't want being openly shared around because of the possible effect it could have on future contracts, where they've got their performance measures away from the field in training, so it could affect possible contracts going forward. And so there's a lot more privacy around those things in the US, where individual training preparation is the norm. You know, you've got your own high performance house that you prepare in before you come into team training, and it's a different dynamic to what we're used to in our team sports. The advent of and the strengthening of players' unions that are coming in across the board in all sports, I think in Australia definitely they'll start to inquire about this more. How are we using the GPS data? Where is it ending up? And where is the player's privacy at this point?
Kevin, can you shed some light on that for us as well?
No, it's a big subject. I'm not totally interested in it, but anyway, I suppose I have to be interested in it. Look, I think that you've got to have something up your sleeve to win. And to me, I always believe that I always play my last cards late in tactical games, and I think the tactical area and strategy area is somewhere of the utmost importance in privacy. So I'm more about making sure that no one finds out about what tactics, particularly when you get to the finals. And I think a lot of coaches these days love the process. But what you've got to do is rattle those coaches, and when you get to a final series, throw an enormous amount of strategy at them that they've never seen before. So to me, I will be looking at the strategies of how to win games more than what they've been watching you for the last few months. So to me, I'd rather that as a personal, don't go there area. Otherwise you'll suffer a penalty of me being unethical against your club.
Fair enough. Now, I did mention earlier minimising, I guess, the dangers involved in sport, and a huge one right across every code at the moment is, of course, it's an elephant in the room, concussion. Now, who would have thought that, you know, cricket, we would have been talking about one of our openers, Will Pucovski, not being there in the Ashes series this year for the opener because of concussion. It's huge, it's affecting all sports. Where are we at in terms of technology, Nick? There's a few things out now that are helping us and assisting us in that process to minimise risks.
Absolutely, very important area, and for the safety and the health of the athletes. That assessment, that diagnostic needs to be quick and accurate so that we're making the right informed decisions. And a company that I know are launching in early next year, around February, a company called EO, have multiple devices that they're bringing out, one of which is concussion diagnostics. And I don't want to sort of take away their thunder, but once they launch, I think they'll be a really big game changer in how that is assessed and the importance of that information being 100% accurate and quick to the to be delivered to the coaching and the medical staff.
Michael, I know 6 NRL clubs at the moment are trialling the mouthguard with a chip in it that's obviously measuring the G-forces and matching that up with real-time vision. Concussion, I guess in rugby union, it's just as, I mean, we've seen some players retire recently. It's an awkward topic.
Well, it is an awkward topic if you are not looking to get the advancements in the game like we have everywhere else. You know, I think that if we push for smart technology, and we're right on the brink right now, we're on the very edge of it, just like most of the neural research, you know, the sort of what we know about the brain, etc. We're only starting to scratch the surface here. So any new technology that can help us, first of all, in a priority side of things, look after the players in whatever sport it might be, and then also help the game advance, because in the rugby sports, the game is changing because of this. The way people tackle, the rules of the game, the way the game flows because of replays that are coming from, you know, whether tackles are high, are they accidental, are they deliberate. All of these things are coming into the equation. So anything that can help us measure something in real time that's happening and help us deal with this situation, well, you know, obviously the most important thing is the well-being of the performers, of the players, and if it can help us deal with that, first of all, it must be brought in. And then second, if it can help us with the game, also what's happening inside of the game, so the game stays as authentic as it possibly can be, then it will give us an advancement there as well. But all of these new technologies that are coming in, there's going to be more groundbreaking stuff, you know, because there's a lot of money being poured into research in this area, because it is going to be, for the rugby sports I can talk about, you know, with a bit more knowledge, it's going to be critical to the success of our sports in the future, without a doubt.
Well, we've seen some huge backlash in the NRL with the rule changes, and obviously trying to, I guess, you know, work towards it being a safer sport in and around, you know, less contact to the head. How's things travelling in AFL? Are we lagging behind, do you think, just in sport in general, Kevin, when it comes to concussion and technology?
Look, yeah, I think that, well, first of all, what had happened in American gridiron is where this started, President Roosevelt actually threatened the universities because of quite a number of deaths and concussion in and around the late 30s and 40s, that you will never play gridiron in America while I'm president if you don't rectify the rules. And what had happened is that they ended up being prepared to wear helmets. So obviously fast-track that, and we move along to now. I think in the end, the head of sanctum in the AFL, and of course, and it should be, more so than ever before, because the bodies are bigger than when people like myself played. The sling tackle's just about going to be the most important look at and consistent look at, because that's worse than being hit in the head. When a player tackles a player and then slings him to the ground and his head hits really hard, because the grounds are fairly firm in the AFL, that puts an enormous amount of pressure on ground staff, the ground owners, the managers, the AFL in particular. So I think we're trying to get that right as quick as we can. The bump's nearly just about out. Anywhere near the shoulder is just about punishable. So I think, you know, as administrators, we're trying to get everything to the best way we can without really altering the game to a non-tackle, non-bump game. So we don't want to do that. But if we have to keep drawing the bump and the tackle lower down the body, then that's why it might be eventually by the end of 2030.
Well, gentlemen, I thought we'd end up on an interesting topic, and that is the fact that we're getting things right slowly on the field in terms of, or on the courts with Hawkeye, with the bunker. But when it comes to fan engagement, it's an interesting topic. I mean, we can cater for fans now with retractable roofs and make sure that, you know, games are going to go ahead. But it's these days fans want it, and they want it now. They want, you know, I remember the days you used to have to wait to borrow the VHS to watch the game that some parent might have recorded the night before. But I'm talking, you know, they want information, they want data, they want all the things that you coaches have. Can we go too far with that? Is that slightly dangerous? I mean, coaches are under enough pressure, but again, does that's personal information? That's how much do we give the fan moving forward?
It's an interesting point. Obviously, the fans are very crucial to any sport, whatever sport it may be, but I feel it can be a little bit dangerous, because coaches are in the inner sanctum and the athletes are in the inner sanctum for a reason. It's because it's the inner sanctum, and how much information you supply to the fan, it really becomes an issue of personal information, and also what the coaches can or can't say if the media or if the camera's on them. It was attempted in the NBL a few years ago when the GPS was introduced, and heart rate was going to be shown live while the athlete was standing on the free throw line attempting to perform a free throw. And the Players Association, you know, stepped in. It was too much information, whether that athlete's heart rate was through the roof, about to shoot a free throw or not. So I feel that, yes, we want the fans involved and we want to share as much as we can, but there's a certain limit to that. I really feel that we've got to make sure that we look after the athletes and their privacy, and the coaching staff and their privacy, because at the end of the day, as we all know, in sport, you've got to win, a few more times and you lose games so that you can keep your jobs and keep moving forward. So I think that's the area that needs to be of concern.
Michael, how far do we go with this?
Yes, I'm sort of, I've been converted a little bit from very old school where, you know, no one come near me, you know what I mean, or come near the dressing room, that's not allowed. And opened it up a bit because, yeah, the fans are the lifeblood of our game. So you want them to see and to understand more about the game. The big question is do the fans actually want this much, or is it more the broadcasters that want that and are imposing that on the fans? There's a certain allure and mystery, and I think it's about being in the inner sanctum, as we were just talking about. And I think that one of the great examples is the camera in the dressing room, okay? You can see it, but you can't hear it, you know? So there's still room for the imagination. There's still room for coaches to have that privacy between themselves and the players, because that's really important, that intimacy. And even in between codes, that's different. I always watch the AFL games and see how many people in the dressing room afterwards. I go, wow, that's crazy, you know what I mean? That wouldn't be happening in rugby, you know? But I think definitely the data that's coming for analysis of games, I think that's really quite interesting for people to see how coaches and players are analysing performance and how it's being analysed in real time. The athletic information, yeah, it's got some interest. Yeah, this player's running this fast, whatever, but I personally don't think that people want to know what the heart rate is of a player as he's taking a free throw. I think that they want to understand more about the tactical side of the game and what people are thinking at those key moments, and how can we know more when it's happening live. And that balance is always being pushed because the broadcast is always asking for more, and your PR departments are always asking for more, and you're always trying to resist. But I think that's a really healthy tension to have, because it's giving out information from the inner sanctum, probably just at the right amount, at the right amount of time.
And there also seems to be a bit of a fascination with fans wanting to know about how much players are being paid as well. But Sheeds, what about you? Open door policy, how does it all work for you in terms of the AFL?
Well, look, I tried to make it entertaining. Personally, I think that 3 things, you had about 4 interviews for the week with the media. So I think you give the fans enough that they will love the game, but you give the media a newsreel item. And that means it's just going to be headlines or on the 3rd page in or the back page and the television, because that's what they want. So I'd rather orchestrate that and get it right and make everybody happy. And so that's the way I went about my business. We did pretty well at that. You know, we've got a tremendous following and membership. And I just think that overloading the fans with too much knowledge, I wouldn't do it personally, but give them enough, and I'd say just give them a lick of the ice cream, but not the whole ice cream. That's the way I live life.
Well, we'll leave it on that note, and you know, what, do we go off and eat ice cream now? Thanks very much for the afternoon, guys. It's been really insightful for all of us. And look, really, the sky's the limit in terms of combining sport and technology. I'm excited. I'm glad I'm not a coach, I will say that. Couldn't live with the pressure, but or having to get these athletes up the way you do. But it's been a pleasure this afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks. What a great panel. There's been so many common themes, I think, between all of our panels here today, and that one in particular. I mean, that whole mindset of innovation, which we've heard throughout the day, and also data insights, and that at the end, touching on the use of data and the ethical nature and the privacy nature was terrific. So what a way to end the day. I want to thank all of our guests and presenters. And of course NEC for putting this on, opening up these vital conversations at Immersion. We hope you leave today inspired by how you change the game, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you both in person or virtually at Immersion in 2022.